Your last name?
Maria Peralta, Peralta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Peralta.
Hello.
Have you ever met the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us where you met her?
I met her at Las Colinas.
Just need to make sure. You indicated you met her at Las Colinas jail?
Yes.
Okay, were you in jail at the time?
Yes, I was.
When was this?
It was December of 1989, the 23rd to be exact.
And what were you in jail for?
I had gotten picked up for soliciting, and I had some warrants, some traffic tickets, and I had some warrants for being under the influence of a controlled substance.
Do you have a criminal history, Ms. Peralta?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us briefly what it is?
A lot of soliciting cases and being under the influence of a controlled substance.
And when you say being under the influence of a controlled substance, what are you referring to?
Heroin.
Were you addicted to heroin at some point?
Yes, I was.
Are you clean now?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been clean?
I've been clean now for, December will be 2 years.
Since December of 1989.
Right.
And when you indicated picked up for soliciting, what are you soliciting prostitution?
Yes.
So that wasn't the first time you'd been in Las Colinas jail, is it?
No, it wasn't.
When you were in Las Colinas jail, did you have any conversations with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And did she say anything to you about why she killed Deanna Linda Broderick?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
Well, she told me a lot of things. Why?
How did she talk about that?
Well, just kind of like matter-of-factly, you know.
What did she say? Did she say anything about shooting Linda?
What do you mean?
Did she make any statements about her feelings towards Linda and why she might have shot her?
Oh, well, yeah, she was, you know, really mad at her.
Do you recall any specific statements she said about her?
Yes.
Can you repeat that for us?
They have a lot of nasty words.
Well,
Just say it like she said it.
if you could say it as best you recollect how the defendant said it.
Well, quoting Betty, she had said about Linda, that fucking bitch has been in my bed for 7 years. And she had always referred to her as the office bimbo. She said her husband had given her that name, a fancy title, that she was nothing but a clerk typist, but her husband had, being since she was screwing her husband, that he gave her the title of being a paralegal.
Sustained.
Did she, it's okay. Are you a little bit nervous about testifying?
A little bit.
You don't particularly want to be here, do you?
No, I don't.
You didn't volunteer to come and testify.
No.
When she made the statement about Linda and the quote about her being in her bed for 7 fucking years, can you describe how she said that? What was her attitude, demeanor? How was she talking about it?
Her attitude towards what?
Well, her attitude towards the statement. How was she angry? Was she sad? How did she say that statement?
But she wasn't angry. She wasn't really sad. She just said it. Maybe I took it like if she was mad at the girl for doing that.
Okay. Did she make any statements about how she had shot them?
Well, she just told me that she went in the room and shot 5 times, and she got 2 of them. She got 2 bullets in the girl and 1 in her husband.
And did she say whether or not anything about her accuracy? Whether she'd been a good shot?
Well, she'd tell me that she had taken some kind of shooting lessons when she was back in New York, and that she considered herself an expert marksman person or whatever you call it.
And how did she describe her accuracy about shooting Dan and Linda?
She said I got 3 out of 5, you know.
Did she say whether or not anything about that she wasn't as good as she used to be?
Oh, yeah, she said, I guess I'm not as good as I used to be. I got 3, I only got, out of 5, I only got 3 in.
When she told you that she had used to be an expert marksman, did she say anything about her fears that someone would find out about that?
Yeah, she was referring to you, Miss Wells. She said, I hope that the DA doesn't find out about it.
About what?
About her being such a good shot. She goes, wouldn't she love to get wind of that? I don't know if she said it worded exactly like that, but something to meaning something like that. Like, wouldn't she like to get wind of that? That she was such a good shot.
Now, you indicated that she told you that she had shot Linda twice and Dan once, right?
Correct.
Okay, she described that for you.
Yeah.
Now, was this something that, were you pulling information out of her, or was she?
Oh, no. We were just in there together, and she would, I wasn't pumping her for information. She would volunteer this information, and I'd tell her things about me and stuff like that. And I never pumped her for it. She would volunteer it. I particularly don't like hearing about things like that.
Did she talk freely about having killed Dan and Linda?
Yes, she did.
She talked to other people about it?
Yeah, she would talk to some other people about it.
Did she ever express any remorse about having done it?
Objection calls for conclusion speculation.
Sustained.
Well, can you describe what her attitude was about having shot 2 people?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm still going to object. It calls for conclusion.
No,
Irrelevant.
Judge.
That part's overruled. Go ahead.
should I continue with the question?
Do you remember the question?
Yes, the answer. Well, to me, she never showed no remorse. I mean, she'd talk about it real matter-of-factly, and she never showed that she was sorry or anything. I mean, she'd never be crying when she talked about Linda or Daniel. She would never show any feelings of being upset or crying or anything like that. So that kind of told me that she didn't care one way or another. It didn't bother her.
How was it that the prosecution or investigator from the DA's office even found out about you?
Well, when I was in jail with Betty, when I got arrested, I had this little studio card with me, and Betty had saw it, and she asked me, she goes, when you...
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Sounds like it's not responsive. I can't tell yet.
I think it was responsive, but that's okay. Was there a card that she had seen that you had in your possession?
Yes, I had this card, and Betty wanted me to send her one just like it when I got out. So when I got out of jail, I mailed her a card just like it, and I mailed it to Betty.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 58? And envelope and card. As well as a one-page letter.
The envelope, card, and letter all marked 58.
Yes.
So marked.
And if you would take a look at what's been marked as People's 58, the card and the envelope, go ahead and take a look at it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's the one I sent to her.
And you sent that card to her because she asked you to when you get
Yeah,
out.
she asked me to mail her one because she wanted wanted to send to her boyfriend. So I said, sure. So when I got out of jail, I mailed her a card. This must be it. And I guess she in turn mailed it to you. And that's how I got in this case. You contacted me.
I have no further questions.
Dr. Salmon?
The district attorney asked you to go through your record, what you remember, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. But you've also been in jail for some forgeries, haven't you?
yes.
Some thefts,
Mm-hmm.
some child abuses.
No, wasn't a child abuse.
You've been arrested for child abuse, haven't you not?
Child endangerment, yes.
The time that you were in custody, you had been on methadone, isn't that right?
Yes,
Okay, and when you were in custody, you were coming down from methadone?
yes,
And methadone is a very hard drug to come down from.
no.
Not
to me, it's not. I didn't come down hard off of it.
Okay. But during this period of time, you would be coming off methadone, would you not?
Yes,
Remember talking to the district attorney and asking them, am I going to get paid for this?
the reason I said that was because,
Well, first of all, just answer.
oh, yes, I said that.
You asked, am I going to get paid for the testimony? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you want to get paid for the testimony?
No, I meant it as a joke because me being a ex-working girl, we don't do anything for nothing. That's what I meant it as, not getting paid, whatever.
The time that you were in there, what part of housing were you in? Where
I
were
was
you?
in,
Wow.
I think they call it, I forgot what area they call it, lockup or whatever.
Well, you were in A housing, weren't you?
A housing, right, A housing.
And A housing, there's a reason you go in A housing, isn't there?
Mhm.
And why were you in A housing?
I was in there for medical reasons.
The, and what medical reasons were those?
Well, because I had an infection in my foot, because I had some surgery in there and it was getting real infected. And plus because of the methadone, because sometimes when you're taking methadone, they like to keep you separated from the other girls.
Well, they have an infirmary for medical problems, don't they?
I guess they do.
And A housing is not the infirmary, is it? A housing is for people who are either, who can't be in general population or have a case a lot of people know about, maybe some problems or if informants or someone that's dangerous, right?
I guess so.
The, and you recall, now when you were in jail, you were talking to Betty about taking some courses in the law, is that correct?
Yes.
And that that you knew a lot about the law. In fact, you said that she was pretty stupid, in your opinion, she had degrees, but she appeared to be pretty stupid about the ways of the world.
Did I tell who?
And we're talking to Mr. Green and saying that she had some degrees and, but she didn't know too much, didn't seem too bright.
If I remember correctly, I said she doesn't realize how much trouble she's in.
That's what you remember saying?
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember making a statement, she has some degrees, but she's not too bright?
I might have said that. A lot of things were discussed.
The statement about that you've attributed to her from Linda, those were her exact words, is that correct?
What was that again?
Those were the exact words that Elizabeth Broderick used, is that correct? The ones that you've attributed to her talking about Linda?
Yes.
And what name would she call Linda all the time?
She never called her by her first name.
Well, did she always call her the bitch in my bed, the bitch here?
Yes.
Okay, and was that the name she used all the time?
Yes, she never once called her Linda.
Well, what other names did she call her?
Just what you said.
Okay, you don't remember any other names other than the bitch?
Bimbo, bitch, slut.
The, now, her case was in the paper a lot at that time, is that correct?
I guess it was.
Well, a lot of people were talking to her about her case and her facts. I mean, she was somebody that people in the jail would talk to, a lot of other inmates.
Nobody went around following Betty, if that's what you're trying to get at. I mean, I didn't go out of my way to follow her, you know, if that's what you're trying to, you know,
That's
trying to get me to say.
No, I just asked whether people talked to her about her case. People knew who Betty Broderick was.
She talked to them.
Did
wouldn't
people
go-
know who she was?
Well, I guess they did, yeah.
The, when she talked about Dan, she talked about him in the present tense, didn't she?
She did.
You thought that was a little bizarre that she would refer to him as always as if he was alive.
I did, yes.
You, her statement to you was that she was arrested at their home. That's what she told you.
I don't recall her making a statement like that to me. I think she told me she went home and then turned herself in.
Well, do you remember telling Mr. Green that the statement she made to you is that she went to her house and the police came and arrested her there?
I don't recall making a statement like that. I recall making a statement that she went to her house and I thought she had turned herself into the police. That's what I thought I'd told Mr. Green.
Did you review anything before your testimony? Did you read anything or listen to anything?
No,
So you've never heard your interview, is that correct?
I looked at it last February.
And have you looked at it since then?
What are you referring to, Mr. Early?
Your interview, have you looked at your interview since then? Since
Do I
last
have to answer
February,
that? Yes, I did.
was there a reason that you asked her whether you could answer that question?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because I wanted to know if I had to answer the question.
And when did you read your interview?
I read it this morning.
I don't have any further questions.
I suppose.
I tried to get you to testify back a long time ago at the preliminary hearing, right?
Yes,
And you wouldn't do it, right?
right.
And after the preliminary
Your Honor, I'm
hearing,
going to object. There was an attorney there at the time versus beyond the scope. There was an objection by them at the time. I'd like to then have those people in here.
Sustained.
sustained on what grounds? I mean, he's gone into,
Relevance of it at this point, whether she refused to testify on the advice of counsel.
oh, well, I mean, that's fine if you refuse to testify in the advice of counsel. It
No,
doesn't matter. The question I was asking is that for whatever reason, you refused to testify at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Uh-huh.
And then sometime after the preliminary hearing, did you run into me on the street on Broadway?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say to me? You recall?
That I had changed my mind.
And why did you change your mind?
Because I started having guilt feelings about those, people being dead, and I thought maybe those.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor. First of all, I didn't go into this material.
Well, backhanded what you did, Mr. You asked about if she'd read her testimony, and you asked questions about whether or not she was going to get paid, so I think it's appropriate to redirect.
Did you tell me that you had changed your mind and that you were willing
Your
to?
Honor, I'm going to object. If we're going to have
Absolutely.
witness testify, she's already asked us what we can say. Maybe we can ask her.
Mr. Early, your objection is that she's leading, is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
She had just made the statement, it's just foundational, but what did you indicated that you had changed your mind and that you were willing to testify, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yeah.
And why was that? Were the prosecution giving you any deals? Somebody giving you something to do that?
No, it just I just started having guilt feelings. Nobody promised me anything. I had pending cases. I went and did my time in jail. I'd signed my plea bargain way before any of this took place. So I volunteered on my own.
Did you say anything about that your guilt feelings have anything to do with the attitude of the defendant about how she had killed Dan and Linda?
No, I don't think so, no, just because they were dead, I guess, and maybe because they were murdered. That's why I had guilt feelings.
You felt it was important to tell the
Your
truth?
Honor,
or-
objection is misleading.
Sustained. It's argumentative, actually, sustained on that ground also.
When the investigator first called you, Mr. Green, and you said that you kind of jokingly asked him if you were going to get paid, what did he tell you?
He said, no, of course not.
Okay. And when you indicated to Mr. Early that you thought that, well, he asked you if you thought Elizabeth Broderick was stupid, what were you referring to?
Because of what she had did, and well, I was referring to that. What I meant was that she was running her mouth to everybody and talking about her case. That's what I meant by me saying she was stupid, because she was telling everybody everything, all her business, just announcing it to everybody.
And you didn't think that was very smart?
No, I didn't.
Was there any question in your mind about her feelings towards Dan and Linda? Whether or not she liked them, hated them?
Well, about Daniel, I don't know, because she talks about him like he's still here. But Linda, I would say she clearly hated her.
And you indicated that she sometimes talks like, or talked to you like Daniel was still alive. She did acknowledge that he was dead to you, though. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
Do you recall her talking about the funeral?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And did she acknowledge to you in that conversation that she knew Dan Broderick?
Oh, yeah. She was mad because he got buried with full Catholic rites and whatnot, yeah.
And what was she angry about?
But she was angry because,
Your Honor, it's way beyond the scope now.
Sustained.
No, he asked questions about,
Didn't ask anything about the funeral.
nobody asked about her statements about talking about him as though he was still alive. And this is a conversation where she knew he was not.
Well, you've already established that she knew he was not. That's established.
I can't have her describe the conversation?
No.
And you did indicate that Elizabeth Broderick called Linda numerous derogatory names, correct?
yes, she did.
Including,
Your Honor, just objection. This is leading one. She just asked her what name she called instead of giving the answers.
Sustained.
already testified.
She testified to 3. I remember what they are. Just ask her if there are any additional ones. If that's what you want to know.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Irvin?
Was it a tape transcript? Was it something you read or heard this morning?
I read it.
Okay. Your Honor, before I'm finished with my cross-examination, I'd like to see whatever she read.
I assume it's Mr. Green's report.
She read the transcript. It's been turned over to the defense.
No, I've never gotten any transcript.
It was turned over,
I requested it. I didn't get it. I couldn't.
it was set out for discovery.
Do you have a copy of it you can show us?
Sure do. Your Honor, for the record, this is a transcript of a tape recorded interview that was turned over to the defense 2 years ago.
Mr. Earl, maybe we take our recess now and you can review that over the recess.
Yeah, and I'm not done. Have any questions on that?
All right. Just, we should make a record of this. It appears to be about a half a dozen pages from here, but why don't we, somebody put on the record how many pages that is?
Your Honor?
14, all right. Includes the cover sheet, right?
Yes.
14 in total, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. And the matter of the people of the state of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present, all counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is present. Ms. Peralta is in the hall.
I believe counsel indicated he had no.
Yeah, I have no further questions. But I would admit while I fix my chair so I don't make a fool of myself here. It's falling apart.
No comment, but you have a minute.
My wheels have come up.
While counsel's fixing his chair, is Ms. Peralta be excused?
I'm sorry.
Can Ms. Peralta be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, she's excused.
I'll go on the diet.
Sure.
Take a seat.
Sure.
That's my chair, don't break
Or make it have to report her. I call you next witness.
Thank you. People call Patty Monahan.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not setting before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ma'am, could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
What was your name?
Afternoon.
Ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name? Patricia Monahan, Monahan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Monahan. Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
I know Betty from the last year that Dan was in law school, and he interviewed with the law firm that my husband was associated with.
Was that the law firm of Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry?
Yes, it was.
And so that was when you first met Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, that's right.
And you met Dan Broderick at the same time?
Well, yes, I met Betty first. I was with Betty during the day, and then I met Dan that evening.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what year that was?
No, I don't.
Was it a while ago?
It was quite a while ago.
Okay. Back in the 70s.
Yes,
And did you at some point become a friend of the defendant? Can you describe your relationship just
Yes.
briefly?
Betty and I did things with our husbands and with other people on a social basis regularly.
And was that while she was living at the Coral Reef House in La Jolla?
Yes, and prior to that, we had been friends from the very beginning.
Okay. And was your husband, is that David Monahan?
Yes, that's
He's
right.
your ex-husband, is that
Yes.
correct? Was he good friends with Dan Broderick?
Yes, very good friends.
Did there come a time when you and your husband divorced, is that correct?
Yes,
And did there come a time when you were aware of the fact that the defendant separated from Dan Broderick?
yes. I talked to Betty shortly before they separated.
And after their separation, did you become closer friends?
Yes, we did.
Prior to separation, you just sort of did things together as couples and families, is that fair to say?
Well, before my divorce, we did a lot of things together. We took trips together and we had a lot of good times together. But after my divorce, we didn't see each other for a few years.
And then when was it that you started becoming closer friends with her just as a person? Approximately what year, do you recall?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was after she and Dan had separated.
Okay. And what house was she living in at the time?
She was living Calle de Cielo.
Okay. I want to first direct your attention to the morning of November the 5th, 1989. Do you remember that morning?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember receiving a phone call early that morning?
Yes, I do.
Approximately what time was it when you received the call?
Approximately 8 in the morning.
And who was the call from?
It was from Betty.
Do you recall what the first words were that she said to you when you picked up the phone?
Yes. She said, I shot Dan. I finally did it.
What were you doing when you received the phone call?
I was asleep.
So the phone call had basically awakened you?
Yes.
And what happened after she said, I shot Dan, I finally did it?
I believe the first thing I said was, are you sure? And she said, no.
Did she tell you where she was calling from?
No, she didn't.
Did she continue to say anything else that you recall?
Yes. I asked her if she had shot Linda, and she said she didn't know, that it was dark. And at that point, I think in the beginning I didn't want to believe it. And eventually I got very concerned that what she was saying was true.
Was there, do you have some problem recalling everything that was said in that conversation?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall that you did continue to talk to her for a period of time, but you just don't know for sure what all was said then?
I don't recall everything that was said. I just know that at some point I got very upset. I was nervous and upset. And for one thing, I wanted to check a phone call that had come in previously.
Okay. Now, when you say you were getting nervous and upset, what was it that was causing you to get nervous and upset?
The things she was telling me, she was getting very graphic about what had happened.
And when you say that you wanted to check a phone call that had come in, what are you talking about?
About 10 minutes before Betty called, there had been a call, and I didn't pick it up because it was early on Sunday morning, and I just thought it was the wrong number. And at the time I was talking to Betty and starting to get very upset over the conversation, I thought perhaps I'd better go down and pick up the message if there was one. And I think I was beginning to think that possibly the first phone call had something to do with her call.
How would you describe how she sounded when she was talking to you in that phone call?
I didn't perceive her to be, I didn't think she was extremely upset.
Did she sound normal to you?
At the time, yes.
Do you recall at all her saying anything about having pulled the phone out of the wall?
Yes, I do remember that.
Do you recall what she said?
I believe after I asked her if she had shot Linda, and she said, I don't know, it was dark, and she said, I shot 5 times and I pulled the phone out of the wall. Those are 2 things I do remember.
What do you recall about how long it was that you had this conversation before you got off the phone?
It was very brief. It was probably 5 minutes at the most.
And then what did you do when you got off the phone?
I immediately walked into the room where Jerry Thacter was.
And who's Jerry Thacter?
Jerry Thacter is my boyfriend.
Okay. And what did you do?
I remember being extremely upset because I think at that point that I got off the phone with Betty, I was believing that something terrible had happened. And I walked into the room and my voice was shaking. And I said, Betty's really flipped out this time. And Jerry said, what happened? And I said, she shot Dan.
Do you recall saying some other things to Jerry that at this point, again, you don't really remember the specifics?
That's correct.
Were you, from that point on, were you fairly upset for the rest of the day?
Yes, after I talked to Jerry,
Non-objection. Yes. Non-responsive.
Sustained and non-responsive. Rephrase it.
What did you do after you talked to Jerry?
I went downstairs and there was a message on my machine and I played it back and it was from Gail Forbes. And I could tell by her voice that something terrible had happened. And the message, I can't remember the words exactly, but she just said that it was extremely important that I get back with her as soon as possible.
Did you do that?
I did.
And did you find out that Dan and Linda were in fact dead?
No, not on the first phone call, I didn't. The first phone call, she just told me that Brian and Brad were on their way over to Dan's house. And I really didn't get much information beyond that.
Do you recall when it was that you found out that they were in fact dead?
It was, yes, it was shortly after that. I was very upset and I started saying to myself and to Jerry, oh my God, I hope he's all right, or I've got to know what's going on. And Jerry at that point said, well, call Gail back. Call her back and ask her. And
Objection, it's all hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you then call Gail back?
I called Gail back and I said, Gail, please tell me.
Objection, non-responsive. Answer the question.
Just wait, she asked you another question, Ms. Monahan. Go ahead.
Did you ultimately find out from Gail that Dan and Linda were dead?
No, not from Gail. I found out from a police officer.
Okay. Dan Broderick, was he someone that you cared about?
Yes,
Do you know why the defendant called you that morning? Did she say anything about why she called you?
no, but I would assume it's because Gail.
Your Honor, objection, all speculation.
Sustained. The answer can stand.
Anyway, she never indicated to you why she had called. Is that correct?
Yes,
Or did she ask you to do anything?
no,
Prior to November 5th, 1989, had you spent a fair amount of time with Elizabeth Broderick the year, 2 years before that?
yes,
Did she ever express her feelings to you about Dan and Linda Broderick?
yes, on numerous occasions.
And what were those feelings that she expressed?
Well, she hated Dan and Linda.
Was there any question about that?
No,
After the divorce judgment became final in January of 1989, do you remember what her attitude was about that?
she was very unhappy about the settlement.
Was she angry about it?
Yes,
What, during that period of time, say the year of 1989, what appeared to be her primary complaint?
money.
Can you elaborate on that?
I believe Betty felt that,
And Ms. Monahan, without speculating about what people felt, can you describe what she would say, for example?
well, she felt that Dan's lifestyle was far superior to hers, that she had nothing compared to what Dan had financially, and that basically he was what she made him.
Did she talked about the fact that she didn't have enough money?
Yes,
Did she ever claim to be broke, for example?
yes,
Did she appear to you to have money?
yes.
Did she ever describe things to you, for example, that she had bought?
Well, we shopped together and I knew she bought basically what she wanted.
Did there ever appear to be any limitations on what she could buy?
No,
Did you ever talk with her about that fact, that It seemed like she had a lot of money and a lot of things to do.
I think I spoke to her mostly about saving a little bit more, putting some back and being a little more careful with her money.
Did her conversations during this period of time about Dan and Linda, were they common conversations, her complaints about Dan and Linda? Was this something that she talked about often?
Yes.
Okay. And could you disagree with her about things, or I mean, how would she talk about it?
Well, her anger was steadily getting more aggressive. And I think it concerned me because at one point I felt that it should be getting less, and it seemed to be the anger just seemed to be growing.
Did you ever talk to her about that? About moving on and putting the anger aside?
Yes, I was really hopeful that Betty was going to get into something that she was really interested in, and, just be happier.
Did can you describe Elizabeth Broderick's her abilities, her intelligence?
I can honestly say Betty is one of the brightest, wittiest, fun people that I've had the pleasure of spending time with. When she was in an up mood, she was wonderful to be spending time with.
Did you know her boyfriend Brad Wright?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that they had a relationship?
I believe they had a platonic relationship, yes,
Okay, what makes you think that?
because Betty told me that.
Did she ever admit to you that she had an intimate relationship with him?
No,
How did she describe Brad Wright to you?
All right, objection. Totally irrelevant.
Did the defendant ever admit to you going into Dan and Linda Broderick's home in violation of the restraining order?
yes, she did.
What did she say she had done to you?
Pardon me?
What did she say she had done?
Well, at one time, she had gotten a letter that Linda had written, I believe, to Dan's parents.
She told you about that?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you about where she had found it or how she had taken it?
I believe she had found it in Dan's desk.
And what was her attitude about that, about going into the house and taking something?
Well, I believe I had told her that she was taking a chance, that she shouldn't do it because, Dan was going to be furious and there would be repercussions.
And what was her response, if you recall?
She was going to do it, and nothing I said was going to change that.
How about, did she talk to you about taking the wedding list?
Yes, she did.
What did she say about that?
I think she had dropped one of the children off, and she was in the house, and she said as she was leaving, she saw an envelope by the front door, and she picked it up and looked inside, and it was the wedding list, and so she took it.
Did she actually show the list to you?
Yes, she did.
And what was her demeanor like when she did that?
Well, I believe she was angry about names on the list, people that were going to the wedding and be going to the wedding if they were invited.
Did you say anything to her about taking the list back?
Yes, I advised her to take it back, and
And what was her response?
no, she wasn't planning on doing that.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about having been in jail?
Yes, I
What was her attitude about that? How did she describe that or explain it?
Well, I kind of have to chuckle because she laughed and she said, "They've got me stringing beads."
And she was referring to being in custody?
Yes,
Was she laughing about it?
yes.
Did she ever tell you how it was that Dan Broderick got custody of the children in the first place?
No, I don't think I have any information on that.
Did she never made any statements to you about giving the kids to Dan?
I do know that at the time of their separation, she took the children over to Dan because she said she wasn't going to be a single mother raising 4 children.
Did she ever complain to you about the visitation center,
Yes.
visitation with her children? What was her complaint?
Her complaint was that Dan wouldn't let her have the children. She would want them for Halloween or for Thanksgiving, and her complaint was that that Dan didn't want to let her have them for holidays.
Did she have any complaints once she did have the children?
Yes, I believe the main complaint was that Dan would send them to her when she had other plans, and she always felt that Dan was using her as a babysitter.
Did she complain about being used as a babysitter when she had the children?
I don't know if I would say that. I just know that there were many times when she would say that he would dump the kids on her front porch when she had other plans, and she didn't like to be used as a babysitter.
Did you ever see Elizabeth Broderick interacting with her daughter Kim?
Yes, on many occasions.
Did you ever see her get angry at Kim?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever have anything to do with Kim's feelings for her father or Linda?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Betty would be very angry if Kim had been in a situation where she was enjoying her time with her father and Linda.
Now, when you say she'd be very angry, what would she do?
Well, on at least 2 occasions, she called Kim a bitch.
Did you ever talk to her about that or her use of language in front of the children?
Not really, no.
Okay. Was there a reason that you didn't?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
A lot of times Betty had anger, and I felt sometimes it was just best to let her get it out and get it over with, and then we would go on with whatever it was we had planned to do.
Do you recall when the last time was that you saw her before November the 5th?
Yes, it was 2 Thursdays before.
What did you do?
I met Betty at her house, and Kim was there, and we were going to go to Nordstrom's and go shopping.
Did you actually go shopping with Kim and her mother?
Yes, we did.
And were there any complaints about that by the defendant afterwards?
Well, I just remember getting in when we were in the store, we were having a good time, and she asked Kim to try on some boots, and I think she commented on one dress that it would really look cute on her, and I believe Kim bought a pair of boots that night, or a pair of shoes. And when we got back into the car, Betty's complaint was, "Every time I go out with you, you cost me money."
Did the defendant ever tell you anything about having or buying a gun?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
She told me that she bought a gun and that she was taking target practice.
Do you recall when it was that she told you that?
I can't give a date.
Did she tell you why she bought the gun? Did she say anything
No,
about
she
that?
didn't.
Did you do anything with that information?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I called Gail Forbes
Why did
and
you?
I told her I was concerned. And she said yes, that she knew about it too and that Dan would know.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Monahan, you testified last year, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified, isn't it true that your feeling is that Elizabeth Broderick always, when you were around her, would talk about nothing but how much she hated Dan? That's all she would ever talk about.
No, I don't believe I said that.
Did you talk about the fact that all she ever talked about was money and how she felt that she was getting ripped off? That
No.
she would constantly talk about that.
No.
The you indicated that your feelings about Mr. Broderick. Did you ever use the term gray carry sickness? You ever heard that?
No.
That's not a term you would use?
No.
You don't know why Elizabeth Broderick would attribute that term to you
No, I
12,
never said
14
that.
years ago?
I never said that. No.
Were you ever upset about the way her husband and your husband used to gallivant around together? That was never discussed with Elizabeth Broderick?
Oh, it probably was. Yes.
Okay. And their drinking problems, they were discussed, weren't they?
I don't believe I ever said they had a drinking problem, but we did discuss the fact that they like to go out together a lot.
And they like to drink. Did they go out to drink? They went to bars, didn't they?
Yes.
And that was a lot.
Yes.
Okay. Enough that it was interfering with your family, and she thought it was interfering with her family, wasn't it?
Well, in the beginning, I don't believe she and I had this discussion. No.
Well, you believed that, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. Yeah, that's fine.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor goes to scope as to her feelings about Mr. Broderick. If this is her feelings, I'm going in.
Well, if you want to ask her that, go ahead, but she just answered the last question, no.
Was it your feelings that there were problems with the amount of time that your husband, Mr. Broderick, were spending together rather than with their family?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She hasn't testified about this. Her personal problems about her family aren't an issue. She said she happened to like Dan Broderick.
Sustained as to her, how she felt about Mr. Monahan and his family, but you can answer that if you had such a feeling as to Mr. Broderick and his family.
Did you have a feeling that Mr. Broderick was out with somebody when he was married, and you thought that he should be home with his family?
No.
You indicated that she talked to you about money on various occasions. Is that correct?
Yeah, she was concerned about what her fair settlement was going to be.
Betty was somebody who in public would try to cover up that she was upset. Wouldn't she not let people know that?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall, the answer can stand as an opinion, lay witness can draw.
And before the breakup with Daniel Broderick, how would you describe her as a mother?
She was a wonderful mother.
And she indicated to you that at times that she felt that she had settled the case. She didn't settle the case with Dan before she had full custody of the children. That would use that as a weapon. I mean, that's what she would say, didn't she?
No, she never said that to me.
Okay. Did during the 4 years you knew her, she was going to court an awful lot, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
She tried to get you to go with her, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Did you ever go with her?
No.
You indicated that when she called you that morning, you remember her saying that she shot Dan, and then when you asked her about it, she said, "I'm not sure." Remember that?
Her initial words to me were, "I shot Dan."
And then you asked her about it. And she,
I said, "Did you hit him?" And she said, "I don't know."
okay. And these are things that these are clear in your mind, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you called, you had attributed a word to her, and then when you thought about it, you called up and corrected
Yes.
some of the language that she used, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had a clear recollection of what she said to you on a phone call, at least the things that you remember is very vivid.
Her initial comments, yes.
And you didn't believe it was serious until you talked to Gail Forbes, isn't that right?
No, I believe at the time that she was getting very graphic with me, I started to believe it was true.
Do you remember talking to a district attorney investigator?
Yes, I do.
And you remember telling the investigator that at the time that you received a phone call from Betty, you didn't think she was serious until you got to Gail Forbes on the phone?
No, I don't think that's exactly. I began to believe she was telling me the truth. I think I wasn't convinced that it had happened until I went downstairs and picked up the message from Gail.
So, it's the interview of December 6th. Remember, I have an interview from an investigator dated, Mr. Green was dated December 6, 1989. It's the witness to review, starting about halfway through the paragraph as she was.
Mm-hmm.
You can start reading there
Right.
and read the rest of the paragraph. Did you read that paragraph?
Yes, I did.
By the way, when the investigator for Mrs. Broderick came to talk to you, you didn't want to talk to her, is that correct?
That's true.
When you woke up, how would you describe your condition?
I was very sleepy.
The did you have an opportunity to read that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it your feeling at the time that it was after the call from Ms. Forbes that you believed that Elizabeth Broderick was serious?
No, prior to that. I just wasn't positive, but I was beginning to believe that something terrible had happened.
So this is not a correct statement of yours, that after hearing Ms. Forbes' message, Patty Monahan knew that Elizabeth had been serious about shooting her former husband. That would not be a correct statement.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said.
And you don't have any memory of when Elizabeth Broderick said that she had a gun?
No, but it was probably 4 years ago, or prior to the shooting.
Okay, so it was about 3 or 4 years prior to the shooting, and you're
Yes.
indicating that you heard that from Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and had you heard that rumor from anyone else?
No,
The, was Elizabeth ever upset that was she ever upset about not having the children?
yes,
Was she ever upset that she didn't get custody of them? That she didn't have primary custody of them?
yes,
The would you see her when she went to after she came back from court? Elizabeth
yes,
Broderick? And how would you describe her? Was she happy, upset?
upset.
Okay. And when you mean upset, what do you mean?
Well, every time she went to court, there were upsetting things that happened. And I don't know, other than what she told me, what went on in court.
I mean, did she appear to be upset, like crying, distraught?
No, just upset.
Okay. And so what do you mean by upset?
Well, just angry,
Yeah. So it was just anger that you saw.
mostly, yes.
And did you ever see her crying, just upset, where she would just go, not want anyone around and just cry?
I've never seen Betty cry.
The did she indicate to you when she was talking about the money and the anger that that money was being diverted? She believed money was being diverted from the Larry, Dan's brother.
Yes, she did.
And when she talked about respective lifestyles, she talked about the fact that in court, how much money she got from the estate depended on what her standard of living was, didn't she?
I believe Betty felt that she had to keep her expenses at a certain level because that would mean more money for her in the settlement.
She never told you that a lawyer had told her that?
No,
Did she discuss with you about their home being sold or moving before the separation?
before the separation?
Yes, before her separation.
No, I believe they were living in a rental house because the house on Coral Reef had a cracked slab and they were having it repaired.
Now, was she saying that she had to keep up her lifestyle or she had to exaggerate it? What was she telling you?
Well, I believe she was saying that the more money she spent, the better her settlement would be.
Well, she was telling you then that she had to spend more money than she's ever spent before?
I don't know what she spent before. There were several years that I didn't see Betty, so I couldn't compare. I don't know.
And she told you a lot of things that she did. Is that correct? She wouldn't hide the fact that she had done things. Had she?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Well, for instance, burning the clothes. She told you about burning Dan's clothes.
Yes, she did.
She didn't hide that from you.
No.
Did she tell you about the court files being missing?
No, she didn't.
Did she tell you about Mr. Broderick, some of his driving files being missing?
Yes, she did.
About his driving under the influence files being missing?
Yes, she did.
She talked to him about Dan coming into the back of the courtroom while she had to come into the front?
Yes.
She talked to you about the courtroom being sealed?
I'm not sure on that.
So you never remember hearing anything about her complaining about a sealed courtroom?
No, I don't.
The, do you know, did she talk to you about her court case at all? About what she was doing at the time of her court case?
I knew about some things, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench on the matter?
Sure.
You indicated that you had gone shopping with her and her daughter Kim 2 weeks before the homicide,
Yes.
and it appeared that they were, that Elizabeth was not being very nice to Kim.
Yes.
And that seemed to be, to you, fairly striking. I mean, it was obvious that the two of them were battling.
No, they weren't battling.
Well, it appeared that Betty was being at least nasty to him.
Betty was frustrated.
Okay, and she was taking her frustration out on Kim,
Yes.
and that appeared to be pretty obvious to you.
Yes.
And Kim was being nice back to her.
Yes, I think so.
I have just a moment.
Certainly.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor, you never knew whether any of the claims that Elizabeth Broderick were making were true or not, correct?
Concerning our,
Concerning the divorce, concerning whether Dan was diverting money, she would just say these things, correct?
yes, she had concerns about things that we would talk about.
And she talked about those concerns with a lot of people.
Yes.
Because she was never shy about sharing those with anybody, is that correct?
No.
And you have felt in the past that she did distort and exaggerate things, correct?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that she talked about keeping her expenses up and spending money in order to get more money from the settlement, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you about buying a $40,000 fur coat, for example?
Yes, she did.
And did you talk at all about whether or not that was extravagant at the time?
I believe I asked, I wondered how she had the money to buy it, and she said she put it on a charge card.
Was it, when you say you wondered how she had the money to buy it, did that have to do with the fact that she was telling you that she didn't have any money?
Yes,
And at the same time, she went out and bought a $40,000 fur coat?
yes.
With respect to Coral Reef, did she ever express her feelings about Coral Reef and whether she wanted to live at that house?
I believe she and Dan had been looking for another house for quite some time. I believe she wanted to move.
And when she would come back from court, you indicated that she would often be angry. Again, you didn't know what was going on in court, is that correct?
No, other than what Betty told me, I didn't know anything about it.
And did it appear to you that she was always angry every time she came back from court?
Yes,
She never, as far as she was concerned, got her way or got what she wanted.
no, just the opposite. I think she felt that nothing ever went the way she wanted it to.
And you indicated that she had at one time asked you to go to court with her.
Yes,
So it was your understanding at the time, obviously, the courtroom wasn't sealed and closed, if you could go in there with her, right?
Your Honor, I have an objection.
Argumentative sustained.
Well, she was inviting you to come with her to court to a hearing.
Yes,
And when she talked to you about burning the clothes, she told you about burning Dan's clothes,
yes,
right?
she did.
And how did she describe it? What was her attitude about it?
Well, this was a long time ago. I just remember her telling me that she threw all his clothes off the balcony and set fire to him.
Was, you didn't believe her at the time, did you?
No, I didn't.
And when was it that you ultimately believed that she had done that?
She told somebody else in my presence. And I thought, well, if she's telling other people, it must be true.
You don't particularly like talking about these events or what happened on November 5th at all, correct?
That's correct.
And you've been hesitant about talking to any investigators about it?
That's right.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Does it, I mean, if the investigator has a badge, it makes it easier?
Objection, Your Honor.
Argument is sustained.
Well, you've had more than one interview with the district attorney, haven't you? Haven't you?
Yes.
And you would expect that if you had a friend and they got in trouble, at least somebody would talk to their side, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
But you said that you just don't like to talk about these things, that's why you haven't talked to interviewers? Is that your testimony?
I don't understand what you mean.
You've talked to the district attorney on more than one occasion, have you not?
Yes.
You haven't been shy about it and told him you won't talk to him, have you?
No.
Okay. You haven't told him there's any problems, have you,
Any problems?
with you talking to him?
It's not something I'm looking forward to.
And you talked to him before you testified last time and before you testified this time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you had no idea as to Mr. Broderick's investments either, did you? No,
none at all.
And so when you were talking about wondering about her anger, you didn't know whether Mr. Broderick was earning $140,000 or $120,000 a month, did you, at the time?
No.
Okay. And so you didn't know what what was going on the other side of the coin. You only knew what you saw from her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't see Mrs. Broderick buying trips to Greece for 6-8 people, did you?
Mrs. Broderick?
Yes. Paying the way for everybody to go to Greece?
No.
Okay. You didn't see her buying tables for judges and other people at functions?
No.
Did you? I have no further questions.
Ms. Wells, any further?
In fact, Elizabeth Broderick told you that Dan Broderick was making $3 million a year, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And that wasn't true, was it? So you didn't know, did you?
I didn't know.
You didn't know at the time that was maybe triple what he might have been making.
I had no way of knowing.
And she did take trips, though, over the years, didn't she, herself?
Yes,
You knew about her trip to Tahiti,
yes,
and a trip to Acapulco,
yes,
and a couple of trips to Hawaii,
yes,
and going skiing with her kids.
yes,
She took her kids skiing, didn't she?
yes.
Did she ever complain about not being able to go somewhere because she didn't have enough money?
No,
Nothing further.
Any further, Mr. Early?
No, Your
What is the excuse?
Okay.
I mean, subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Monahan. Another witness?
People call it Jerry Thacter. Jerry Thacter. Jerry Thacter.
You promise what it costs to about the night and for the defense. I'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon, Mr. Patrick.
And sir, could you please say your full name for the record and spelling your last name?
Jerry Dean Thatcher, Thatcher.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thatcher.
Yeah.
You know the lady that just left the courtroom, Patty Monahan?
Yes, I do.
How was it that you know her?
Well, Petty and I have been dating steadily for about 2.5 years, and I've known her on a casual basis for about 10 years.
Calling your attention, Sue, back to the early morning of November 5th, 1989. Were you at Patty Monahan's house when she received a phone call?
Yes, I was.
Did she take the call in your presence or somewhere else?
No, she took the call down the hall. I was in the bedroom. She walked down the hall to take the call.
And for approximately how long was she on the phone?
It was a relatively short conversation. I'd say 3 to 5 minutes.
Were you able to hear at least her end of the conversation?
I did not hear what she said. I could hear her talking.
After the conversation ceased, at least what you could hear, did she come back to where you were?
Yeah, she walked back into the bedroom.
How long did it take her to do that?
Probably 5 seconds, just 2 rooms away.
And when she got back to your presence, what was her demeanor at that point?
Well, she was upset, and she said, Betty's really flipped out this time. She says she shot Dan.
What did you say to that, if anything?
I said, well, what do you mean? You know, what'd you say?
Did she respond to that?
Yes, she did. I mean, I asked her what she said, and
Your Honor, maybe approach the bench, Your Honor, for a moment?
Certainly. While she's walking back over here, ladies and gentlemen, I should explain the reason for the court is this new software she has that basically instantaneously transcribes what she's taking down off the paper. That's the reason for that umbilical cord that we pull over.
Do you remember where we were, Mr. Thatcher?
yes, I do.
What, if anything, did Ms. Monahan say in response to your question?
She says that Betty said, I shot the fucker. I shot 5 times. He was gurgling in his own blood. It's true, you do shit in your pants.
And did Ms. Monahan make it clear who was supposedly defecating in their pants?
She did not.
Besides being, upset, was she doing anything else that led you to believe she was upset at that time?
Well, her voice was shaking, and she was noticeably very upset.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
And you indicated was it clear as to both statements or one statement who they were talking about?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. You said that there was 2 statements, gurgling in the blood and shitting in the pants. Were you clear on either one of those? Objection is what clear means.
Yes. You understand the question?
Yes, I understand. It was that Dan was gurgling in his own blood. That's the way I understood it. And the shit in your pants part of it could have meant a couple things, I guess. I did not really have a specific opinion about that.
Did you make any notes of the conversation?
I did not.
Okay. And did you talk to this attorney on August 2nd of 90 about the statements?
I did.
Okay, you didn't give him any handwritten notes then at that time?
No handwritten notes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thatcher.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're out of witness at this point.
Well, that's pretty close. But you're fortunate we had that delay this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves and let anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. And just another reminder, please don't read or listen to or watch any accounts of this trial. Have a nice evening.
And ma'am, would you please get your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Silvia Cabins, Cabins.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cabins.
Morning.
Do you know the defendant in this action, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
When I was employed by Dan Broderick, she was the mother of the children that I was taking care of.
Can you tell us what was your employment for Mr. Broderick?
Well, I would come in about 12:30. I would see if the house was in order. I would be sure to be there when the boys were home from school, and I would take them to any appointments they had to go to. Generally run the household.
Okay. So you were a housekeeper and you took care of the children for a period of time, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you start working for Mr. Broderick?
In December of '87.
And did you work for him continually then until his death?
Yes, I did.
So that was almost 2-year period of time, is that correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So you were the last housekeeper babysitter that he
Yes.
employed. Are you related to Linda David, who has previously testified?
Yes,
Who is she?
my daughter.
And did you work for Mr. Broderick right after Linda David quit?
Yes, I took over immediately.
Okay. Did Linda continue to sometimes babysit for the kids when you weren't available?
Yes, sometimes on weekends when Dan was going someplace, she took over.
What were your hours?
I would usually be there Monday through Friday from around 12 o'clock to 7:30 or 8.
And that was a full-time position?
Yes.
While you worked there for this 2-year period of time, did you get to know Dan and Linda Broderick and the 4 Broderick children?
Oh, yes, very well.
Were you there during the dinner hour, for example?
Yes, I served dinner and I was there after dinner. I cleaned up and I was there to answer all their questions at dinner, which came up a lot.
Did you have a fair amount of interaction with the family and with the kids?
Yes, I did. Sometimes I felt like their second mother.
How would you describe Kim, for example? What kind of girl was she?
Kim was a very lovely girl. Very, just the kind of daughter I think everybody would like to have.
How would you describe her relationship with her father?
It seemed very good,
Did they always get along or did they occasionally argue?
just like every father-daughter relationship. You know, they had their ups and downs, but mainly it was ups.
And how would you describe Lee?
Lee was she had problems. I got along with Lee fine, but she did have a lot of problems.
Did she have some problems with her father?
Well, yes, mainly because Dan didn't approve of her lifestyle.
Okay.
Lee dropped out of school. That was absolutely a no-no. Lee had gotten into drugs. Dan just found this, horrible, and he had trouble accepting it.
How did from your observations, how did the boys interact with Mr. Broderick?
They got along just fine.
Did Danny or Red ever appear to be afraid of their dad?
Never.
Did they do things together? Share time with
Yes,
their father?
the weekends that Dan had the boys, which is every other weekend, he usually planned something for them to do, something fun, and he tried to be available to them when they needed him.
Were during your employment there, were the boys, did they ever appear to be clothed inappropriately or?
No, I didn't. I did notice that they had lots of clothes, but Rhett tended to want to dress the way he wanted to dress, and sometimes it was not appropriate. He had favorite clothes. And one morning when Dan and Linda were gone on a vacation, I had spent the night, and Rhett decided he was going to dress in some skimpy little shorts that he had had for years, and a little top that matched. And I looked this outfit and I said, "This is what you want to wear?" And he said, "It's my favorite outfit." I says, "Well, Rhett, it's not going to be anymore." I got rid of it because it was,
Your Honor,
too
objection.
small.
May we approach the bench, Your Honor? I'd like to talk about this witness.
All right. Want to
Did, in the 2-year period of time that you worked for Mr. Broderick, did you ever see him be physically abusive to any of the children?
No,
Did any of the children ever complain to you that their father was physically abusive?
no.
From what you observed, how would you describe how he disciplined the children if they did get into trouble?
He would either have me put them in separate rooms by themselves, no TV. That was basically it.
Did you have any complaints about him as a disciplinarian?
Not at all. he was too soft, I thought.
Your Honor, objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Just answer the question. And if she wants you to ask more, she'll ask you another question. Go ahead, Ms. Wells.
Thank you. During this period of time, did you have the occasion to get to know Elizabeth Broderick as well?
Yes.
How was it that you would see Elizabeth Broderick?
Well, being she was the mother of the boys, she would call a lot during the week and we'd talk, or I'd take the boys over sometimes on her weekends to drop them off or in between.
So is it fair to say on a weekly basis you would have conversations with her?
Yes.
And in any of those conversations, did she ever describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
She detested them. She hated them both.
What would she say about them?
She just said that she hated Dan for, all the divorce that they've gone through, and she hated Linda for her interference in the marriage and the whole thing.
Was this something that she only talked about occasionally?
No, she talked about it all the time.
Every conversation that you would have with her?
Yes.
Did she ever complain to you about her money situation?
Oh, yes.
What did she say?
She said that she never had enough money, that she was broke, that Dan had never given her enough in the settlement. She just never had enough.
Did she ever talk about her complaints about money in relation to the boys?
Yeah, she said that when the boys came over, she would like to take them to, special things and on trips and so on. And sometimes she didn't have the money, and mainly that.
Did you ever talk with her about that?
Your Honor,
Yes.
objection, calls for hearsay.
Well, sustained.
Were you aware of the defendant ever canceling visits at the last minute with the boys?
It didn't happen a lot, no. I remember maybe one or two times.
And what would be the reason?
As I recall, she was going someplace with a friend, and the boys coming interfered with those plans. It was just one of those things.
Did she ever appear to be upset about the fact that Dan and Linda were happy?
Yes, that seemed to be a problem.
Do you recall anything specific that she would say about that?
Well, she just was not happy with their happiness. I mean, she detested the whole idea of them being together.
Did she ever say anything to you about why she married Dan Broderick in the first place?
Well, she used to say that she used to criticize Dan a lot, the way he looked when they married and so on, and the way he was. She said he was kind of nerdy and so on. And I said, well, why did you marry him? She says, because he was going to be a money-making machine.
Did she ever express her hate for Dan and Linda in front of the children?
Yes.
Was that something that you talked to her about not doing?
I did not confront her a lot about it because I wanted to keep a relationship with Betty that was, okay. I mean, we had to deal with each other quite a bit.
What sorts of things would you hear her say about Dan and Linda in front of the children?
She would call Dan filthy names in front of the children, always referring to him as, a filthy name, and Linda too. And then, of course, the messages on the machine came in, so the children heard that.
And when you're referring to messages on the machine, you're referring to vulgar language on the
Yes.
machine as well. Did she ever say things to the children about their dad not loving them?
She inferred that if they had children, that he wouldn't love them anymore at all. If they had more children, he'd probably throw them out of the house, and that would be the second best.
The her expressions of hate or feelings for Dan and Linda, was that something that was fairly constant throughout the time you knew her, or were there any changes in that?
No, it's always the same.
Did you ever have any experiences with her where she would describe circumstances that you knew were not true based on your own knowledge?
No, I have an objection to this.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
Would you repeat it, please?
Were there ever circumstances where she would describe something about not knowing about something when in fact you knew she did know? Something?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
I would have an objector, it's improper.
It's not impeaching anything. It's their case in chief. Go ahead.
There was one time when they were going to I think it was a Notre Dame game and going away, and everyone knew about it. It was, in fact, we had gone over to Betty's house to get clothes for the boys to go. And it's almost as if she didn't know what was happening. She called and she was all upset because the boys were going to this football game with their father without even letting her know. And it was strange because she did know. We had discussed it.
Now, when you first started working, that was before Dan and Linda were married,
Yes.
correct? And whose voice was on the answering machine at that time? Do you recall?
As I recall, it was usually Kimberly's.
And at some point after they got married, did Linda have her voice on the answering machine?
After they married.
And would you recognize that message if you heard it? The message that she left on the answering machine?
Yes, I think so.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 60?
59.
I've pre-marked a 59. Your
All
Honor.
right.
A cassette tape of a message.
So Mark.
I'm just going to play this message for you, Ms. Cabins, and if you could indicate if you recognize it.
Your Honor, I'm having an objection, it's irrelevant at this point.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
You have to listen carefully because she talks fast.
Stipulate my reporter doesn't have to take the message down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Hi, you've reached the Brodericks. Dan and I are out and about, so leave your message at the beep. Thanks.
Do you recognize that message?
That sounds like one that she put on after they were married.
That was Linda's voice?
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to the boys often while you worked there?
Yes.
Did she call them on the phone often?
Yes, probably every day.
So there was a lot of contact between them.
Yes, there was.
Sometimes would she call them even more than once a day?
Yes.
Were they free to call her if they wanted to?
Yes.
When they got home from school, if they wanted to call mom, could they call and talk to her?
Definitely. And I always left a message if they weren't going to pick up the machine, I'd tell them their mother had called. Please call her back.
Did you ever see Linda interacting with the children?
Yes.
How would you describe the way that she interacted with
She
them?
interacted with Kim wonderfully. I mean, she lent Kim clothes, and they seemed to get along just great. The boys she tried to interact with. The boys were not real receptive, but she tried.
Okay. And how about with Lee?
I didn't see her with Lee a lot.
Did Dan Broderick ever do anything or tell you to do anything to make it difficult for Elizabeth Broderick to have contact with the children?
Never.
Did he ever direct you to be mean to her or to cause any problems along those lines?
No.
Did he ever badmouth her to you?
Never did. The only thing Dan ever said was keep your conversation short with her.
Did the defendant ever express an interest in what was going on in Dan and Linda's life?
Yes, very much so.
Can you describe that?
She was interested in everything that went on in their life, every detail.
And she would ask you those
Yes,
for that information?
yes. Uh-huh.
Did she ever express any fear of Dan Broderick?
No.
When you first started working for Mr. Broderick, did the defendant make any threats to kill or hurt him?
Yes, uh-huh.
Can you describe that?
When I first started working for Dan, she said she was going to kill him. And I took it seriously. And I said, oh, that would be wonderful. Then Dan would be dead.
Your Honor, objection. Calls for
Sustained. Just ask another question.
How did you respond when she said that?
objection is irrelevant, right?
No, Judge.
I get to rule. I wear the robe.
Okay,
Over
I
the robe.
know.
Go ahead.
How did you respond when she said she was going to kill Dan?
I said that would be wonderful. Dan would be dead, you'd be in prison, and the children would be orphans.
And what did she say to that?
She said after a jury heard what Dan did to me, I'd get off.
Did she ever make any other threats to you about killing or shooting Dan during the course of your employment?
Yes, there was 2 other times.
Okay, when was the first?
The first was when I first started working. The second was their wedding day. She said she was going to kill him on his wedding day.
Do you recall what she said specifically about
She said
that?
she was going to put several bullets through his head.
Do you remember when it was that she made that threat in relation to the wedding?
Probably about 2 weeks before.
And did you do anything with that information?
I told Linda,
Okay.
Coquina at the time. She was very concerned. They debated
Your
right.
Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything to you about practicing or taking shooting lessons?
Yes, she said she had been taking shooting lessons.
And did she say why?
So she'd be a good aim.
And then you indicated that there was another threat that she had made?
Yeah, it was like the summer of '89. She told me that she had had a talk with Dan, one of the few times they'd been talking, and that she told him that either he gave her $1 million in cash, or she was going to kill him. She also indicated that if he did give her the $1 million in cash, she wouldn't bring up wanting custody of the children anymore.
Did she describe how he responded when she threatened to kill him if he didn't give the $1 million?
She said that Dan said, "I don't appreciate you using these remarks," or I don't appreciate, these threats. I don't think he really took it seriously.
I forgot to ask you a question earlier. While you were working there, did you ever see Dan Broderick drink alcohol?
Probably two or 3 or 4 times in the 2 years I was there.
What were the circumstances?
Well, it was after dinner and he had a glass of wine in his den.
Did you ever see him come home drunk?
Never. He,
Did you ever see him get drunk or inebriated there at the dinner table or while you were there working?
he didn't have liquor at the dinner table. He had ice water every night.
After the defendant told you about this threat in the summer of '89, did you do anything about that? Did you share those concerns?
I related it to Linda again.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
You started working here in December of 1987,
Yes.
and how would you describe Kim? Is she an emotional person, a level-headed person?
Kim can be somewhat emotional.
Now, you gave your opinion of how Kim was. Question was asked.
Objection, Your Honor, she described Kim.
She asked her opinion of Kim, what kind of girl Kim was.
Sustained. Oh, excuse me, overruled.
Is, in your opinion of Kim, that the daughter everyone would like, have you heard that Kim was the one that introduced her sister Lee to drugs?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's an opinion. I'm allowed to ask so this jury could know what her opinion is based on and whether she considered these things in her opinion.
First, ask her if she knew that happened, then you can ask her if that changed her opinion.
Okay. Did you know that Kim was the one who introduced Lee to drugs?
I never heard that.
Okay. Would that change your opinion if you knew that?
Or the previous objection sustained since facts not in evidence.
Your Honor, this is an
She
opinion.
has no personal knowledge of it. There is no evidence that happened, Mr. Early.
You denied me putting the evidence on, Your Honor.
This is in.
Approach sidebar. Didn't deny you putting any evidence on.
Did you know how Kim was doing in school?
No, not really.
So during the time, did you have any knowledge of whether she was flunking classes at the time you were working there?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled, you can answer that. Just yes or no.
Can I ask you a question in reference to are you talking about in college or in high school?
In high school, did you know that that she was having trouble and flunking out of school?
No, I didn't.
Father didn't talk to you about that?
We didn't discuss that, no.
And Kim never got upset about letters she was getting from her father?
No.
Did you go with the boys when they went to court to talk to the judge? Did you drive them there?
No. I picked him up one time from the proceedings.
You weren't in the proceedings when they told the,
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, sustained. She said she didn't go there.
did you at any time get any knowledge of what the boys told the judge?
No, I didn't.
In the 2 years that you worked there, it's your testimony that maybe two, maybe three times Dan had a drink?
Yes.
And you worked from 12 to 8, is that correct?
Yes.
And Linda didn't come over there much, did she, to the house?
No. She kind of left the dinner hour for Dan to be with the boys.
So she would come after dinner, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you would be, she basically is coming over, you're gone at that time.
Well, she came sometimes during the day when I was there and the boys were in school.
You talked about Dan felt horrible about drugs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dan talk to you about his admission of drug use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you know about Dan's drug use?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking her if she knew about it, Your Honor.
It's not relevant.
Sustained.
You indicated that Dan would, that the boys were free to call their mother at any time, is that correct?
Yes.
You never saw a time ever in the time you worked there where they weren't allowed to call their mother?
No.
And they were free to visit anytime they wanted to?
Probably not any time they wanted to. If they had tests they had to study for after school or so on, no, we can find them to study.
But if they wanted to go over for the weekend, they were just free to ask their dad, and he'd say, sure, go over for the weekend.
If it was her weekend,
Well, in 1987, when you first started working there, she didn't have weekends, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not known.
Let's sustain. Just ask her if she know what the visiting arrangement was in 87, Mr.
Do you know what the visiting arrangement was in 87?
as far as I can remember, there was every other weekend with her mother.
You worked there as the housekeeper, so you were the one that was in charge of knowing when the boys would be going to the mother or not, and when
Yes.
to pick them up? And it was your belief that in 1987, they had every other weekend?
Yes,
And in 1988, it was your belief that they had every weekend?
that's correct.
And so there was never a time where the boys would call and there would be a system where Dan would wait till Friday to decide whether they're gonna see him or not,
Not at
to
all.
your knowledge.
Not at all.
If someone said that, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Objection.
To your knowledge.
Sustain this.
To my knowledge, they had specific weekends they saw their mother every other weekend.
So you didn't have any, there was no system where Dan would have to check with somebody else before he made his decision whether they'd go over or not? You never heard of that, have you?
No.
This was 88 and 89, Your Honor.
The objection is as to the time frame.
Yes.
Sustain. Just rephrase it.
In 1988, there was never any system that you knew of where Dan would check with other people before he would decide whether the boys would go over. Because they had a system set up of every other weekend.
The only thing I could think Dan would check is to be sure that Betty was going to be there the weekend they were going there.
And were you given that schedule? I mean, you're the housekeeper,
Yes.
you're in charge. So in 1987, when you first started working there, at the end of 87, someone gave you a calendar with the weekends so you knew which ones the boys were gonna go to.
I knew it was every other weekend, and I knew which weekends it was. I started in December of '87, so I had 2 weeks left of '87. Probably.
And so all through 88, you knew then that it was pretty regularly every other weekend.
Yes.
Was the ringers ever turned off the phone in the house?
Sometimes.
Well, would it be that every evening the ringers would be turned off?
Not to my knowledge.
But what time of the day would you know that the ringers were turned off?
Sometimes when I come to work at 12:30, I can't say they'd be turned off, they may be turned down.
You never remember them being turned off.
Once in a while they were.
How about the phone? Was the phone ever, do you have to go hunt for the phone sometimes?
No.
So the phone was always, as far as never was in a closet or in a drawer or anything.
The upstairs phone sometimes was unhooked.
Okay, but the downstairs phone.
Downstairs phone was usually there.
And during the time that you were there, was there a time where you were told, turn the phone off? Phone isn't, no calls allowed in this house.
No.
So pretty much all the time during the day, when the kids got home from school, they would get calls, they would be allowed to talk on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. During dinner, if they got a call, they would know they got a call.
I would take the call, I would relate it to them after dinner.
And after dinner, they were allowed to have any calls.
Yes.
And were there times where any of the children were told they weren't allowed to eat at the house because there was not enough food?
No.
You remember a time where you told Lee, when she was living there, that you didn't have enough food for her to eat? She had to go over mother's to eat?
No.
All right, I'd like to pay a tape for the witness.
Sure, Mark, sure.
My objection, Your Honor, that we have to take this.
You two want to talk for a minute, work that out?
I'd like to offer proof.
It's a tape of Lee talking to her brother, over from the Cypress home to the home in her mother's home.
I object to that. Thank you for this witness.
What's your question of this witness? Did
I want to
she
see if
hear the
this
same?
refreshes her memory as to that happening.
Your Honor.
Well, you play it for this witness, but not in front of the jury. If it refreshes her memory, then you play it in front of the jury.
Maybe if I have a small tape recorder, maybe she can just step out in the hallway and listen to it.
That's fine.
Want her to step out here, Your Honor, or-
Step in the back hall would be better. Might be able to store it back there.
You related to us a conversation that Betty told you that she had with Mr. Broderick sometime in September, is that correct? Or sometime in 1989?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
Seemed to me it was late summer.
Have you ever seen any correspondence that relates to that conversation where that allegation's been made by anybody, by Mr. Broderick, by you, by Mrs. Broderick?
No.
Ever shown any court documents? You know of any court documents that exist as to the conversation?
No.
Any letters to, between people that exists of that
No.
conversation? And you can only remember in those 2 years, there were the 3 times where Betty's made threats to kill. Have there been other times?
There could be, I don't specifically remember.
Okay, but it wasn't an often occurrence that she would talk bad about him, but these stood out because it was so unusual for her to say she's gonna kill him.
Well, yes, anybody saying they're gonna kill somebody is unusual.
Was there any time where you ever told there would be a reason not to let Betty talk to the children or not to let Betty have the children?
I don't recall a time, no.
Were you given, was there any problems with Betty coming over to the house in Cypress?
She had a restraining order not to come in the house, to stay so far away.
Yeah, well, was there ever a time where she would come in the house, bringing the
Yes.
boys back?
Yes.
Were you instructed to call the police when that happened?
Yes, I was.
And normally, except for those 2 occasions, Mrs. Broderick was very reliable in picking up the boys and dropping them off.
Yes, she was reliable, yes.
Who was it that was picking the boys up? Do you know? Was it Betty that would pick them up and deliver them, as far as you know?
I would deliver them a lot of the time.
How about Dan?
A few occasions.
And you never heard Linda talk bad about Betty at all?
Linda had said a few remarks.
And the home, that Mr. Broderick's home, was not really set up for children, was it?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and irrelevant.
Sustained.
The, did the boys want to live with their mother?
They were torn between wanting to live with their mother and their father.
The, and was there a fine system in effect when you worked there?
Objection unless this was known as personal.
Well, vague as to fine system against who, Mr. Early?
Against Mrs. Broderick?
Not that I know of, no.
The, did she ever talk to you about that?
I don't recall her. I think the fine system, if there was one, I had heard rumors of it, was before I came to work for them.
The, when she talked about, you indicated that she would talk about the boys not liking, the boys being over at Mr. Broderick's home. Did she ever talk about that, not liking the boys being over there, neighborhood he was living in?
She had indicated that she didn't like it because there was a lot of homosexuals around.
The, did she talk about traffic?
No, didn't recall that.
Did she talk about the boys getting into accidents? Being
No.
upset? Did the boys get in accidents when they were living there? That you were aware of?
Yes, I was aware once when my daughter was taking care of Rhett for me. He did go out in front of a car with his bike.
But you don't remember her being upset about that?
She wasn't overly upset that I recall.
Well, you remember testifying that your memory, she was somewhat upset about that?
I wasn't there at the time of the accident, nor was I there for probably 1 or 2 days later. So by the time Betty and I discussed this, it was not a big deal.
Did she discuss you with about an accident that Danny got in when no one was home?
No,
That you knew nothing about that?
no, I don't.
Did you know anything about a boy getting hurt climbing telephone wires?
No, I don't.
And you never heard the boys calling up and leaving messages for their mother, where they would be upset, or being over alone with nobody to play with, anything to do? You never remember anything like that?
They were sometimes bored at home, yes, but I didn't hear the conversations they had with their mother about it.
I don't know for the question.
Redirect.
If the children were picked up after a weekend of being with Elizabeth Broderick, it was Dan Broderick who would have picked them up, is that correct? On Sunday?
Yes, it would be a Sunday evening.
So, because you were not working.
That's right.
So if there was, if you were taking the kids over to Elizabeth Broderick's house, that would have been like on a Friday before a weekend?
Yes.
And just to clarify, is it correct to say that it wasn't unusual for Elizabeth Broderick to
Your
talk?
Honor, I'm gonna object, you can ask her a question.
Sustained.
Was it unusual or usual for the defendant to talk badly about Dan and Linda Broderick?
As usual.
And you don't know of your own personal knowledge what Dan Broderick's contacts were with the children's psychologist discussing visitation, those sorts of things?
No, I don't.
Were the children going to psychologists, as far as you know, when you were working for Dan Broderick?
Yes, because I took them.
And when you indicated that Linda had said a few remarks about Elizabeth Broderick, was that to you personally?
She had said things that certainly weren't, they weren't vulgar words.
Was that to you?
Yes.
Okay, was that, did you ever hear her do that in front of the boys?
No.
So that was in a conversation between you and her.
Yes.
Linda didn't like Elizabeth Broderick at that point very much.
No, not very much.
Was she afraid of her?
Yes.
And the messages, the vulgar messages that she would leave on the machine, that the defendant would leave on the machine, did Dan Broderick want the boys to hear those?
Not at all.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
No.
Witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
Subject to recall.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
For the record, and spell your last name.
Yes, it's Kathleen Cuffaro, Cuff as in Frank, ARO.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cabral.
Morning.
Can you tell us what your employment is?
At the present time,
Sure.
I'm a lawyer
How long have you been a lawyer?
for, I think about 9 years.
And did you ever work as an attorney for Mr. Dan?
Yes, I did.
When was it that you started working for Mr. Broderick?
I went to work for him in the spring of 1988. I think it was probably April.
Had you had contact or met Mr. Broderick before you started working for him?
I had met him on one occasion. I had spoken with him on the phone a couple of occasions, but we had never had any formal meeting before I went to work for him.
Who did you work for before you worked for Dan Broderick?
I worked for a family law firm in San Diego, Mitchell, Keeney, Berry, and Pike.
And did one of those attorneys represent Dan Broderick during his divorce?
Yes, one of the partners, Mr. Berry, did.
Did you do any work on the divorce when you were working for that firm?
I didn't do any work on the divorce per se. I was involved in an appellate issue that came up during the course of the divorce involving spousal support, and I wrote an appellate brief. That was my only connection with the divorce.
And was that how you first met Dan Broderick?
I actually didn't meet him then. I had such a limited involvement in the case. I just was looking at papers, basically. I didn't meet him at that time, no.
When you went to work for Mr. Broderick, who else was working in the firm?
He had one other attorney working for him, a fellow named Bob Bogie, and then there was clerical staff there.
Did Linda Colcana work for him at the time?
Yeah, she was office manager / legal assistant at the time, yeah.
What essentially were her duties in the firm?
Boy, she did all kinds of things. She interviewed new clients over the telephone, helped screen our incoming calls. She had interview meetings with the clients with Mr. Broderick when they would sit down and get the facts and determine whether it was a medical malpractice case or something they wanted to pursue. She was involved in maintaining the payroll of the other people that worked there. She was involved in setting up depositions, talking with the expert witnesses. She did practically everything there was to do there.
Was she a competent paralegal?
I think she was very competent. She was extremely smart.
And what kind of practice primarily did Mr. Broderick practice?
Primarily medical malpractice, where he represented patients who had been involved in some kind of a mishap with a physician, a doctor. We had some other personal injury type cases, auto accidents, and a case involving a crane accident at one of the local shipyards, but primarily medical malpractice.
Did you continue to work for him then as an attorney until the time of his death?
Yes, I did.
Sometime in May of 1989, were you asked by Mr. Broderick to help him in some matters relating to his divorce?
Yeah, the divorce was over, the property division was over, and we understood that there might be an appeal, and he asked me if I would help him if there was in fact an appeal, and I agreed that I would do that.
Okay. Was in fact an appeal, a notice of appeal filed by Mrs. Broderick in May of 1989?
I'm not positive of the date, but sometime around then it was.
And do you know why was it that Mr. Broderick asked for your assistance in that?
Well, he thought that I was a good writer, and that's primarily why he hired me. And when you're involved in an appeal, it's primarily a written document that's presented. There's no testimony or anything like that. And since the whole divorce proceedings were over with, and I had a family law background, we thought that I could write the appellate brief.
Now, when the appeal was filed by the defendant, did you have any discussions with Mr. Broderick about whether or not he should file a cross appeal?
Yeah, I did. I suggested
Your
to
Honor, I have
him.
an objection. It's hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I believe his state of mind at this point is relevant.
I'll just ask her if there was a cross appeal filed.
Was a cross appeal filed by Dan Broderick?
No, we did not file a cross appeal.
Had it been your recommendation to do so?
Yes, it had been.
And did he indicate why he didn't want to do that?
Your Honor, objection. Hearsay.
Well, it's irrelevant. Sustained.
After the divorce became final in January of '89, did he at any time request that you file an appeal on his behalf?
No, he did not.
Did he at any time request that you file any motions for reduction of alimony, for example?
No, he did not.
Did he request that you file any contempts against Elizabeth Broderick?
No, on the contrary, he did not.
Other than preparing to respond to the appeal that the defendant had filed in May and June and July, did you do anything for Mr. Broderick with respect to the divorce during those months?
Yeah, I did. I became involved when there were some issues involving the two minor boys.
Was that in August of 1989?
I think that was my first involvement. Yeah, I think it was August.
What did Mr. Broderick ask for your assistance to help him in that regard?
Yeah, he did.
Can you describe what happened?
It was around mid-August, as I recall, and he came into my office and told me that.
Your Honor, objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach sidebar?
No, just rephrase the question.
Were there some problems that were related to you with respect to the defendant not returning Rhett?
Yes. I understood that Rhett was
Your Honor, objection. It's beyond, it's.
You get a chance at the question, just ask another question.
Had Rhett been returned at the end of a visitation when he was supposed to?
No, he had not.
Did Mr. Broderick ask for your assistance to help him?
He asked me what we could do about it.
What did you tell him?
I told
Your Honor,
him,
objection. Hearsay.
Overruled with personal knowledge, what you told him. Go ahead, what'd you tell him?
I told Mr. Broderick that since there was a court order that he was to have Rhett in his possession at that time, that I thought that we could bring a contempt of court action and get him back that way. I also suggested that perhaps I could call her attorney and talk to him and see what we could do about getting Rhett back informally.
Did Mr. Broderick want you to file a contempt action?
No, he did not.
Did he say why?
Your Honor, objection. Calls for hearsay.
So just answer that yes or no.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection,
said-
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You presented him with the two options of filing a contempt action or calling her attorney to try and get him back informally. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, objection. Leading and asked and answered.
No. Overruled. Go ahead.
And which did he ask you to do?
He suggested that we try calling Walter Mond first and seeing if we could work it out informally.
And Walter Mond was the attorney who was representing the defendant at the time?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to work it out informally to get Rhett back?
No, I called Walter and asked and told him that Rhett was supposed to be with his dad and that he wasn't there, and asked him if he could try to do something about it and get Rhett returned to his dad.
Was he able to do anything, as far as you knew, to get Rhett returned informally?
No, he was not.
Do you know what happened to where Rhett was?
I found out that Rhett had been sent to Lake Tahoe.
What can you describe Dan's demeanor when this was happening? How did he feel about it?
He looked sad and concerned that these things were happening again. And when he found out that Rhett was in Lake
Your Honor,
Tahoe, he was
objection.
upset.
Calls for conclusion. Hearsay.
No, that's an opinion that a lay witness can form. The answer stands. Go ahead.
Did, when Rhett was not returned, did you make any suggestions about filing a contempt action at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was Mr. Broderick's response?
He didn't want me to do that.
Rule, the answer stands.
Did you file any contempt actions on his behalf?
No, I did not.
What did you do at that point?
Well, at that point, I called Walter Mond back and told him that I was going to have to go into the family law court and ask for an order that Rhett be returned. And because it was Mrs. Broderick's upcoming weekend for her visitation, I told him that I wanted the court to order that Rhett be returned on Sunday evening after her visitation with them.
And did Mr. Mond indicate to you that he would attempt to do that, to have Rhett returned at that time?
Yes, he did.
Was Rhett returned at that time?
No, he was not.
What did you do at that point?
After the weekend, I got a call from Mr. Mond, and that's how I first learned that Rhett had not been returned to his father. And I was told that Rhett was back in San Diego, but that he wasn't at his dad's house. So I went in and talked to Dan and told him that we were back kind of at square one, and there was an order again that had been violated.
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And that I suggested that we go back, that this time we do go in and file a contempt action against her. I was completely frustrated.
What was Mr. Broderick's response?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
He wanted to avoid doing that and suggested that I try to go back into court again and get another order that Rhett come back.
Did he say why he wanted to avoid filing any contempts?
He didn't want to add any more fuel to the fire. He just wanted his little boy back.
To your knowledge, had he planned a trip for Rhett that had been foiled by this?
Yeah, they were going to go to Catalina together for the weekend.
Did you ultimately get an order from the court to have Rhett returned?
Yes, I did.
And was he ultimately returned?
He was ultimately returned after he was sent to New York City to be with his parents for a week.
His grandparents?
His grandparents.
Okay. And then were you notified as to when he was returning from there?
No, I got a court order when we found out he was in New York that he be returned on Monday, which was Labor Day, Monday afternoon. Dan had decided that since he was already there, he may as well stay with his grandparents. And the order was that he be returned to Lindbergh Field on Monday, and that we be informed about the time and the flight number of his flight arrival, and that never happened. Dan called Rhett's grandparents and found out from them what time he would be in, and he was able to go then and pick him up.
Sometime in early September, did you become aware that the defendant filed a motion for custody of Danny and Rhett?
Yeah, I did. It was while Rhett was still in New York City with his grandparents.
Now, this was a motion that was filed by the defendant, correct?
That's right. And an ex parte hearing, the informal hearing that you can have with the court, was what got me down there when I was handed the papers in the first place.
Did Mr. Broderick file an immediate opposition to that?
No, he didn't.
What started to happen at that point?
He and I talked about what we should do in response to the motion.
Is it normal procedure to take depositions, for example, of the people involved when a motion like that is made?
Your Honor, objection.
Well, sustained.
Were any
It's not
depositions?
sustained on the on the calls for conclusion. She's an attorney. Sustained on relevancy grounds. Go ahead.
Let me back up. Did Mr. Broderick begin considering at that point turning over custody to Elizabeth Broderick?
Shortly thereafter, we started to talk about it, yes.
And what were his particular concerns?
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Well, we had several concerns during this period of time when we were talking about turning the boys
Your Honor,
over.
objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Was Dan concerned about the emotional welfare of his boys?
Yeah, he
Your Honor,
was.
objection, leading.
Sustained.
Can you describe his concerns in relation to his boys at the time?
He realized that when the boys were with their mother, it was generally quiet, and he thought that maybe they weren't being subjected to all of the turmoil that they were being subjected to when he had them with him. And he thought that maybe after trying everything else, if she were to have them for some time, they would be better off, that they would be not subjected to the daily emotional upheaval that was a part of their lives.
Did you begin negotiating with Walter Mon to turn over custody of the boys to Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Were there a couple of letters that went back and forth between you and Mr. Mon in that regard?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's already been marked as People's Exhibit 34 and 28. If you could take a look at both of those letters and see if you recognize them, you can pull them out of the folder if you need to.
Yes, I recognize both of them.
Can you just briefly describe what they are?
One of them is a
Your
letter.
Honor, objection. It's either best evidence or
Well, she's got to make a record of what she's referring to. So you can start by referring to the exhibit number and then just tell us what it is that you're referring to.
Referring to People's Exhibit 34, can you just identify what that is?
That's a letter that I got from Walter Mon.
Regarding transferring custody of the boys,
Yes.
and referring to People's 28, I believe. Can you identify that letter?
That is a letter that I sent to Walter Mon after I got his letter of October 27th on the same subject.
Sometime during September, while this was going on, did the defendant also make a request to have the boys, have visitation of the boys while Dan was in Greece?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of the fact that Dan Broderick had written a letter to Mr. Mon describing that he was going to Greece and what was going to occur during that time as far as taking care of the boys?
Yeah, I had seen the letter.
And showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 36. Is that particular letter?
Yes, it is.
And was that something that Mr. Broderick necessarily had to do, for example, to advise Mr. Mon of what was going on while he was out of town?
No, there was no order that I was aware of that he do so. No.
That was just a courtesy on his part?
Yes.
And after the letter was sent, did Mrs. Broderick make a request to have the boys when he was out of town?
Yeah, I believe I was noticed ex parte to go in and have the judge decide that issue.
Okay. And did you stipulate to, on behalf of Mr. Broderick, to allow her to have the boys that week?
Yes, I did. We did.
Okay. So he didn't object to that? He didn't fight that, is that correct?
No, he did not.
Did you get a specific order from the court regarding that week?
Yes, Mr. Mond and I went and appeared before a judge in the family law court, and there was an order that allowed her to have the boys during that week.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that order?
Yes, I do.
When you were in court at that time to allow Mrs. Broderick to have the boys for that week, did you and Mr. Mond also stipulate to the switch of a weekend for visitation?
I recall it being discussed, but I don't recall the specifics of that.
Okay. Do you recall that Mr. Broderick wanted to have the boys with him the weekend that he was going to Notre Dame?
Yes, I remember that that's what we talked about, is I think they went annually to Notre Dame for this big family thing, and that I think that weekend fell on a day when she was supposed to have the kids. So we were trying to get it switched around so that they could switch weekends and he could take the boys to Notre Dame.
And if you could take a look at the order that's been marked as People's 35, the last paragraph on page 2, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you all stipulated to a switch of the week?
I know that we ended up switching the weekends. I honestly can't recall whether the judge said that this is what will happen or whether Walter and I had an agreement about switching the weekends.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay. But anyway, it was decided at that time that there would be a switch in the weekend.
Yes.
So this wasn't a situation where Dan Broderick was taking an extra weekend. He was simply taking one weekend that was hers and she was taking one weekend that was his.
Yes.
Now, I take it when Mrs. Broderick made the request for visitation of the boys while Dan was in Greece, he could have objected to that. Is that correct?
Yes, he could have.
And given the fact that she had violated orders and not turned the boys back when she had visitation, could he have made some requests of the court along those lines?
Yes, in response to her request ex parte to have the boys, we could have gone in and objected to it and have been heard on that.
She had court-ordered visitation at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And if one party violates the orders, can another party get those orders rescinded?
Yes, that's one of the options that's available. It's up to the court to decide what they'll do, but that you could certainly ask that happen.
Did Mr. Broderick make that request?
No.
During October then, when you were negotiating with Walter Mond and these things were going on, did you become aware of the fact that Elizabeth Broderick was leaving obscene messages on Dan Broderick's phone again?
Yes.
And did you talk to Dan about that?
Yes.
Did he want you to do anything in particular?
We agreed that we would write a letter to Walter Mond, who we thought maybe could do something about it.
Hearsay.
Or
You indicated that you agreed to write a letter to Walter Mond.
And let him know what was going on and see if maybe he could do something about it.
Again, was there any request of Dan Broderick to file a contempt action at that time?
On the contrary, he didn't want to do that.
May this be a continuing objection, Ron?
sustained. Excuse me, I committed to continuing objection.
Now, you indicated that did you write a letter then on behalf of Mr. Broderick to Walter Mond with respect to these obscene messages?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that letter?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Is that the letter that you sent to Walter Mond?
Yes.
What's the date of that letter?
October 27, 1989.
Obviously, no ultimate hearings were held in the court with respect to transferring custody of the children, is that correct?
That's right.
Dan and Linda Broderick were killed on November the 5th, correct?
Yes.
Had you become good friends of Dan and Linda Broderick's during the course of your employment there?
Yeah, I had.
In fact, did you go on this Greece trip with Dan?
It was a firm retreat. Yeah, I went.
Okay, so it was other people in the firm went.
He took both his attorneys, the two of us, Bob Bogie and myself, and Bob's girlfriend at the time and my husband.
Were you with Mr. Broderick the night before he was killed?
Yes.
And Linda?
Yes.
What did you guys do?
We went out to dinner with another couple who we had hoped that would go on the trip to Greece with us who weren't able to go. And we looked at our pictures and talked about what a good time we had and had dinner.
That was Saturday night, November the 4th.
Yes.
And I take it that was the last time that you saw Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
What time did you
Do you know what time you left the restaurant?
No, I really don't. I don't have a specific recollection.
Was it late that evening, early that evening?
It was late. I think we dropped them off at their house between 11 and 11:30 that night. So we must have left the restaurant somewhere around 11.
Did Mr. Broderick have anything to drink that evening?
Yes.
And how much do you remember him having to drink?
I didn't pay any specific attention to how much he had had to drink.
Did he appear that he drank a lot, a little?
Maybe somewhere in between. I don't think he was drunk.
The, who was driving that evening?
I was.
And Mr., the other person that you were with was Mr. Chapin?
Right.
Okay, he doesn't work for the firm.
No.
Did they, Mr. Broderick was a fairly meticulous lawyer, wasn't
I would say so.
he? And very neat and orderly person.
I would say so.
And usually when he did things, he documented them fairly well, did he not?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the relevance of the manner in which you practice law.
You can answer that question, overall.
I would say so. We certainly tried to.
And on this case here, obviously, when there would be decisions made, there would be memos going in the file, would there not?
Generally not.
Okay, so you weren't documenting anything when he was making a decision as to what to do and what not to do. There was no memos going in the file.
No, there was really no need for there to be.
No record being kept at all as to what you were saying, what he was saying.
No.
Had you reviewed your file before you came to testify?
Yeah, I had these letters in a file that I looked at.
Well, have you looked at anything else, or you just looked at those letters?
A little calendar that I had kind of recreated for myself before I testified in the first trial. And the transcript of my testimony from the first trial.
And where did you get that calendar? Was that going through your file in the office?
Where did I get the calendar?
Yeah, to make the calendar for your testimony. Did you go through the file in the office so you could get dates and when things happen, or did you do this all off the top of your head?
I did it by looking at the dates of the letters and kind of figuring backwards how things had happened and looking at the court orders that had happened after those ex parte hearings.
So you didn't go through your office file to look and see whether there was other dates or other things that weren't in evidence here? You only used the ones that were in evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Was there a reason that you didn't review your file to make sure that you weren't missing a date or something didn't happen that maybe no one knew about?
I didn't have a file.
Well, so you didn't review Mr. Broderick's file?
No, it wasn't in my possession.
When you worked for Mr. Berry's firm, that was a divorce firm, is that correct?
They had a couple of partners who did other things, but I worked primarily for the attorneys who did family law.
Now, when you went to court to, visitation can be decided by a court or it can be decided between the parties. It doesn't have to have court involved, is that correct?
True.
And when you went to court for Elizabeth Broderick to have the boys, they were, the Brodericks, Mr. Broderick and Linda Broderick were going to be out of town, is that correct?
Objection vague is to witness referring to.
Not sustained, just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
The time that you went to court over Mrs. Broderick having the children during a Greece vacation, obviously Dan and Linda were going to be out of town, is that correct?
Right.
And Mrs. Broderick was not in court, was she?
I don't know. Occasionally I saw her in the hallway, but I don't recall if she was there at that specific time or not.
And one of the things that Mr. Broderick wanted, if she was gonna have the boys in Greece, he brought up with you that he wanted the boys on that weekend in October, is that correct?
I don't have a specific recollection about that, to tell you the truth.
Well, you didn't, I mean, it wasn't just a guess that you walked into court and said, I think that Dan Broderick may want the children this weekend. Someone had to bring that up to you that he wanted to switch for that weekend, isn't that correct?
Right, but it wasn't a condition to her having the boys while we were in Greece.
It just so happened that the two of them came up at the same time.
Right, we were gonna be in court, so we talked about it all at the same time.
And do you know whether there was any contact made with Elizabeth Broderick to check the weekend that was being switched, whether that was okay with her or whether she had any other plans? Do you know whether that was done at all?
I don't know.
Mr. Broderick also was participating in the divorce case himself, was he not?
Yes,
Okay, so he was taking depositions?
yeah, he took the depositions of the two psychologists.
And were you present for those depositions?
No,
And I take it those were psychologists that were hired by Mrs. Broderick or her attorney?
yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Just to clarify, when you were in court to deal with the transfer of visitation during Greece and the switch of weekends, you were dealing with Mr. Mond, who was representing the defendant at the time.
Right.
Okay. All right, nothing from you.
Rick Ross?
No, you're.
Witness states excused.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cabral.
Your Honor, we have one other witness this morning, and he is rather short.
All right, and you'll have, what, 2 more this afternoon?
That's correct.
The case is going fairly quickly. It may not seem like it to you, but they are ahead of their estimate that they gave me. They have 1 more witness this morning, 2 more witnesses that are scheduled this afternoon. At that point, the people are going to rest their case. So I think what Mr. Burkhoff is suggesting is that we continue on this morning with this next witness without a break, and then we'll excuse you folks till 1:30. Is there anybody that has to have a break at this point? If so, just raise your hand, nod your head. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Burkhoff.
I think we better check and make sure Mr. Frantz is out there.
And we'll be at 1 minute.
Sure, go ahead.
He's here.
You got to change paper. Mr. France, hang on just a minute, what's she?
Sir, could you please raise your hand to be sworn, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not appearing before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, could you please have a seat and a witness stand?
Morning, how are you? Mr. Burkhoff, why don't you get these exhibits off the table? This is what I'm using them. Go ahead.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Stephen H. Frantz, Frantz.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Frantz, what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
And you're calling your attention back to September of 1986. Do you recall taking a couple shooting classes during that month at a pistol range on India Street here in San Diego?
Yes, I do.
you happen to recall specific dates that you took the shooting class in September of '86?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you still have a recollection of that?
The reason I have a recollection is that my attorney yearbook, which I have in front of me, 1986, reflects the fact that I took the class on September 2nd and also on September 9th, 1986. I have kept my attorney yearbooks for approximately the last 20 years, so I do have detailed records of what I've done over those years. Plus, I have an independent recollection of the events in 1986 of September 2nd and September 9th.
Now, what kind of shooting classes were these that you took on that date?
This was a class given at the San Diego Indoor Pistol Range on India Street here in San Diego. It was a 6-hour class. It met for 3 hours on September 2nd, the night of September 2nd, and 3 hours the night of September 9th. And basically, it was a set of classes. The first 3 hours dealt with classroom instruction, the last 3 hours with shooting the actual pistols, but basically learning how to shoot a pistol.
I assume the September 9th date would be the last 3 hours where you were actually doing the shooting.
That's correct.
And that was essentially 3 hours of shooting.
That's correct.
What kind of guns was the class using?
We used literally every type of pistol that you can think of: 22s, 38s, 44s, 45, 9mm pistol. Basically, most of the pistols that you would shoot.
And these are all handguns you're talking about?
They are handguns, yes.
Including both revolvers and or semi-automatics, would that be correct?
Yes.
Now, on the second class, the one you just described, were you there alone or with somebody else?
The class consisted, as I recall, of approximately 15 or 20 people. And the second class where we did some shooting, there were approximately 6 or 7 stalls that we shot in. And there were other people in the class shooting along with myself. And I had a friend that was with me by the name of Ed Skubiak, who at that time was a deputy marshal.
He's retired now?
And he is now retired.
Now, when you talk about these stalls, can you give the jury a feeling of the layout of these stalls, where you were standing, where Ed was standing, where the targets might have been, that sort of thing?
I was in a stall that was toward the west end of the shooting area, the next to the last stall. And as I've indicated, the stalls, there were approximately 6 to 7 stalls, and you were in stall and shot at a target.
What kind of target was it?
As I recall, they were paper type of targets, and the targets would have a circle, and you'd try to put your shots within the circle.
That would be the bullseye you're talking about?
Bullseye.
How far away were these targets?
I would say approximately 45 feet.
And while you and Mr. Subiak were doing this shooting, did anybody come to your attention particularly?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
The lady next to me, who would have been to my left, as I recall, the far left stall, which would be the westernmost part of the shooting range, was doing very well and putting her shots within the cluster towards the bullseye. And during the course of our shooting, I struck up a conversation with her.
This lady was right next to you, the immediate stall to your left. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Is that person present in court today?
Yes, she is.
Could you point her out, please?
The lady in the tan outfit with the blonde hair.
Your Honor, for the record, indicating the defendant in this action.
Record may so indicate.
Now, you say you started a conversation up with the defendant?
That's correct.
What did she say?
I don't recall what she said. It was just a conversation regarding shooting at the targets. And I indicated to her that she was doing very well, better than I was. And that's just small talk.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
So when you went to the, was this a health club that you belonged to?
I guess you could classify it as a health club.
Okay, and there's attached to it is the firing range.
Yes.
And now when you're in the stalls, is this a normal indoor firing range? You wear the earphones and the goggles?
You wear the earphones.
Did you wear goggles at that one?
I don't think I did.
Okay. So I take it that while you're shooting, you don't talk to anybody through the telephone.
That's correct.
And when you talked to the person next to you, did you come to know who she was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You knew who she indicated that her husband had been missed, or her husband was Mr. Broderick?
I didn't know who she was at first. During the course of the conversation, it came out that I was a lawyer, and she indicated she was married to a lawyer. And I asked who. She said Dan Broderick, who I knew.
But you didn't know her?
No, I did not.
And do you remember seeing her on the first day in class when you were all sitting around learning about guns themselves before you fired?
Not really. She could have been there, but I don't have any recollection that she was.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you said that you knew Daniel Broderick at that time?
Yes, I did.
And how was it that you knew him?
He was a lawyer, I was a lawyer. I had had a case with him about 10 years before, but we weren't close personal friends.
You said you had a case with him. Were you on the same side?
No, opposite sides.
And what was it that first caught your attention about the defendant that caused you to have this conversation with him?
Your Honor, objection. That's beyond the scope.
I think he brought that up.
No, sustained. Didn't bring that up.
When you first saw the defendant, what was it that caused you to bring it? What was it that brought her to your attention?
Your Honor, objection is beyond the scope of this matter.
Sustained on both those grounds.
Thank you. No further questions.
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. France.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning and noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 1:30. As I mentioned to you earlier, the people have 2 more witnesses this afternoon. I don't know how long they'll take, but at any event, when they finish with those witnesses, we'll recess for the day. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. And obviously, you're free to return to your place of residence or business at this time if that's your desire. There's no need to stick around the courthouse for the next 3 hours. Thank you.
Say your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Curtis. My name is Curtis Swartz, S-W-A-R-T-Z, no initial H.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Swartz, recalling your attention to November 5th, 1989, did you live at 1079 Cypress Street here in San Diego?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where that house is located in proximity to the house occupied by Dan and Linda Broderick on that date?
It's directly next door.
As you look at the houses from the street, would it be to the left or the right side of the Broderick household?
To the left.
And approximately what is the distance between the 2 residences?
I guess about 30 yards.
Now, early that morning, do you recall being awakened from a sleep?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened.
I heard some shots and I didn't open my eyes, but I said I should get up and investigate that. And I have a German Shepherd dog, and when the dog did not bark, I felt it was no threat to me or my family, and I went back to sleep.
You know what time it was approximately?
No, I don't.
Did you open your eyes at that point?
No, I didn't.
And do you know the number of shots that you heard?
Pardon?
Do you know the number of shots that you heard?
Approximately 5.
Do you know over what period of time these shots occurred?
I estimated it to be about 5 seconds.
And could you right now, just I guess using the words bang for each shot, could you tell the jury just by going bang, 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 the length of these shots, please?
Bang, 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 bang.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Sir, you were asleep when the shots woke you up?
Yes,
Okay. And you had been out late that night, is that correct?
yes,
And gone to bed about 1 o'clock.
yes.
So it was pretty much of a dead sleep that you were woken out of?
Well, I normally get up at 4 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
and so my body, I guess, was geared.
Now, you've given a declaration under penalty of perjury before, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you said it was 4 or 5 shots you heard, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you certain of how many shots, or?
I'd say 4 or 5.
Okay, so that's you're not able to say it was 4 or 5, it's in that range that you can give it.
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Did you right?
I think we're right.
Witness be excused.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
People call Eugene Wolber.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Eugene J. Wolbert, Wolberg.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wolber.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at the San Diego Police Department Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
My job is as a forensic scientist. I'm assigned to the firearms laboratory, and in that capacity, investigate all firearms-related crimes in the city of San Diego.
How long have you done that?
Approximately 13 years with the city of San Diego, and two years prior to that with El Cajon Police Department.
And can you give us a brief rundown of what sort of education prepared you for that particular type of job?
In the area of firearms, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in microbiology, taken at San Diego State University in 1976. I also took additional coursework in the area of criminalistics and evidence technology at Grossmont College in 1977 and 78. I was subsequently hired again by El Cajon Police Department in 1979 and have worked in the area to date. In the area of firearms, I've had the basic and the advanced firearms examination course, which is a Department of Justice course, state of California, and was taught by Mr. James L. Miller of the San Diego Police Department. He used those course materials. I've also had the specialized techniques in firearms investigation from the FBI Academy at Quantico, Virginia. I've just recently also completed a course in firearms examination called Criteria for Identification, taught again by the Department of Justice, state of California at the California Criminalistics Institute. And this is taught by Alfred Biasotti and Alfred Biasotti and John Murdoch, who are two of the instructors there. I've had numerous armor schools. These are schools put on by manufacturers of firearms, specifically by Ruger, Beretta, Sig Sauer, Remington, again, in the understanding of how firearms function, how they work, even to the capacity of repairing them. So there's some gunsmithing aspect of it. I'm a NRA certified firearms instructor and am qualified to teach marksmanship in rifle, pistol, and shotgun. And in that capacity, I also hold a commission as a reserve sergeant with the San Diego Sheriff's Department, and currently am assigned to the weapons training unit and train people in the use of firearms, specifically deputies with San Diego County, and also qualify them in the use of firearms. I hold a lifetime teaching credential with the state of California community colleges and teach firearms as evidence and evidence collection at Mira Costa College, and have done so since approximately 1984. I'm a member of the California Association of Criminalists, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and the International Association of Wound Ballistics. These are three professional organizations that deal mostly in firearms, with the exception of California Association of Criminalists, which deals in all forensic matters. And in those organizations have presented papers, scientific papers in the area of firearms identification, firearms use, and wound ballistics. I'm also on the board of directors of the San Diego County Rangemasters Association, which is a group of firearms trainers also. I hold that position currently.
Are we done?
I think so.
Okay. Have you had some past experience taking a crime scene, going to it after the shootings have occurred, and attempting to reconstruct what happened?
Yes.
How many times have you done that in the past?
It varies. It depends on how complete we look at it. I don't mean to sound we don't do a complete job, but at least a couple of dozen I can think of in the last 10 years.
And what sort of techniques do you invoke or involve to do this sort of work?
Again, it's an understanding of what may or may not have happened at the crime scene. In some cases, it's restricted only to the understanding of determining bullet paths. In some situations, understanding the possible locations of the shooter. One uses several techniques. Again, it requires a examination of the physical evidence, an understanding of the bullet paths through the bodies in terms of either being at the autopsy or reviewing the autopsy reports and photographs. One can use several ways of showing this, anything from strings to wooden sticks, dowels, or utilizing laser photography.
And other than what you've already related to us, do you have is there anything else that's relevant to your experience with firearms other than what you've already talked about?
Again, I think a lot of it comes down to, again, an understanding of the use of firearms.
Just approximately how many gunshot cases in the past have you dealt with in the life of your professional career?
Probably in excess of 500.
Your Honor, I would like to have your bailiff inspect again people's exhibit 24 to make sure it's unloaded, and then remove the gun lock so that Mr. Wolber can talk a little bit more about this particular revolver.
All right.
Mr. Wolber, I want to hand you people exhibit 24, the revolver, and ask you to familiar with that particular firearm.
Yes.
Is that the gun that you've looked at before that's been identified with the shootings of Daniel and Broderick?
Yes, it is.
And you know the serial number on that gun, and have you done so in the past?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
Baker Tom 0879.
And that's for us lay people, BBT 0879.
Yes, it is.
Did you actually remove the grips at an earlier time and see the serial number there?
Yes, I did.
Is that serial number now put in ink above the grips?
Yes, it is.
What kind of firearm is that, sir?
This is a revolver, more specifically a double action revolver.
The maker?
Smith & Wesson.
And what caliber is it?
It's chambered in 38s, Smith & Wesson Special.
I don't know, did you say whether or not it was a revolver? I might have said.
Yes, it is.
Okay. How many shots does that revolver hold?
This particular revolver holds 5 cartridges or 5 shots.
And how do you know that as you look at it, just for us lay people?
Again, by looking at the cylinder, which is open, and you can see 5 charge holes, essentially 5 holes in the rear of the cylinder, and each one of those holes will hold a cartridge.
Is a 5-shot configuration such as what you have in that particular revolver normal for revolvers?
It's a common configuration, yes.
Now, you talked about this being a double action revolver. Is there more than one way you can fire this particular gun?
Yes, there is.
Why don't you tell us about the 2 ways?
Again, I term this a double action revolver, and by using that term, means one can fire this in 2 different methods, or there's an alternative explanation, but we'll get into that. First of all, after one loads the revolver, by merely placing 5 cartridges into the chambers of the cylinder, by closing the cylinder, you can fire it in 2 different methods. One is by single action, and that is by pulling the hammer to the rear manually and then squeezing the trigger, the gun will fire. To fire it again, one must manually pull the hammer to the rear and pull the trigger and make it fire. The other method is a double action method in which the trigger is utilized to rotate the cylinder and cock the hammer, which is something you would have done manually in single action. But in this case, the trigger will do it. And in this case, the shooter only needs to pull the trigger. And you can see the gun will fire just by trigger pull alone. In this particular case, of course, it requires more pressure or more strength to pull the trigger than it would in single action.
Now, whether you're cocking back the hammer and pulling the trigger, the single action mode, or just having the trigger do all the work for you, rotating the cylinder and firing the weapon, in each case, you always have to pull the trigger back for each individual shot.
Yes.
That's the only way you can do it?
Yes.
Now, what about did you examine this particular gun after the homicides to see whether or not it worked?
Yes, I did.
And what did your examination reveal?
I found that the gun was quite normal. It was operable. It worked as it was supposed to. There were no alterations, nothing about the gun that was remarkable.
What about the handle grips on that particular gun? Are those the normal handle grips if you went into the store and you were to buy that gun? Would it come with those handle grips?
Normally not. The grips, black rubber grips in the back, actually neoprene, are manufactured by a company by the name of Packmeyer. And this is what is termed an aftermarket grip. It is a grip that is generally put on the firearm in lieu of the original factory grips, which in this case are a small, thin wooden grip that gun is normally found in or sold with.
Why would somebody want to put on these grips that are now on the gun rather than having the factory equipped wooden grips?
For only one real reason: to get a better grip on the gun. The original factory grips that are normally found on the firearm are there, and they're small, but they're small for a reason, and that reason is to enhance the concealability of the firearm. If concealability is not that much of a factor, you find that the small wooden grip is difficult to fill the hand with and therefore control the gun with. So one solution to that problem is to put on a larger, more hand-filling grip, which is what this is, and allows better control of the firearm.
Mr. Wolber, I'll hand you what has been previously labeled in individual packets, people exhibits 13 through 16. And you had at an earlier time the opportunity to look at those, the contents of those particular individual packets.
Yes, there was actually one more, but
In terms of the four that are in front of you, do you know anything about those particular 4 bullets?
these are the 4 bullets I examined to determine if they were fired, could have been fired from People's 24.
And those 4 bullets were identified to you as the bullets that were recovered from the homicide scene at Cypress, the
Yes.
Broderick master bedroom?
Yes.
Did you also look at a 5th spent bullet that had been identified to you as having been removed from Linda Broderick's head?
Yes, I did.
And did you note on all 5 of these bullets, the 4 in front of you and the one from Linda's head, where they came from, who manufactured them, what type of bullets they were?
All 5 bullets were identical in their construction and were determined to be manufactured by a federal cartridge company. They were 38 caliber bullets and fell under a trade name of HydroShock.
And they would be, I assume, bullets that would fit and fire, be designed to fire from the gun that you've just shown the jury.
That's correct.
Now, I have 2 cartridge boxes. They were originally part of a larger exhibit that was the gun case. I don't know whether or not for this purpose we should have them maybe relabeled. The gun case is labeled People's Exhibit section. I would suggest that we relabel these People's Exhibit 28, 6A and B.
That's fine. One of those hollow points, one was target ammunition. Which
That's
one do you
correct.
want? Is the
The Hydroshack hollow point cartridge box, I like labeled 26A.
all right? So marked. The other box will be 26B.
Thank you. For the record, that's the white box of 50 American Eagle cartridges. Mr. Wolber, I'd like you to take a look at the cartridge box marked People's Exhibit 26A.
Are you familiar with that particular make, brand, and model of cartridges?
Yes.
Are those, well, the 5 bullets that you examined, the spent bullets, are they essentially the same hollow points as what's in that box?
Yes, they are.
Identical as to maker and type and brand
Yes.
and caliber?
Yes.
Now, why don't you take out one of the Hydroshock bullets out of 26A, please, and demonstrate to the jury what you mean when you talk about a hollow point expanding bullet.
The bullets in People's 26A, again, the type of bullet, it's a Hydroshock, and that's a trade name, but essentially it's a type of hollow point that's manufactured by Federal, as well as many other companies, but this particular trade name is by Federal. What we mean when we speak of hollow point is that the nose of the bullet in the very center has essentially been formed into a cavity. And it has a very specific purpose, and that is to allow the bullet, when it strikes its target, in this case, it's designed primarily to expand in tissue, is that when it strikes tissue, it will expand to a greater diameter than the original diameter of the bullet. In this case, this is a 38 caliber bullet. Its diameter is roughly little over a third of an inch in diameter. And if the bullet works correctly, its design allows the bullet to expand somewhere in the area of about a half-inch diameter. The end result is that it creates far greater tissue destruction than the bullet was capable it had in its original caliber.
Mr. Wolberg, why are these bullets designed to expand that way?
Again, the hollow point bullet is used to create the greatest possible tissue damage in a living animal or human being.
So it's designed for killing things?
It's designed to be a very efficient killer, yes.
Is it designed for use in target shooting?
Generally not.
Now, the other bullet case in front, I wanted to reassemble 26A. Now let's look at 26B, the larger case of 50 cartridges there. Can you tell us what type of bullets these are?
This is essentially a lead round nose. It's a 158 grain lead round nose bullet. It's classed as a very generic bullet, target bullet, plinking bullet. The bullet has no specific design intent other than the fact it's inexpensive ammunition and one normally would use it to practice with.
Would that be more appropriate, let's say, target ammunition than the Hydroshocks?
Yes.
And the bullets you just pulled out of 26B, those don't expand like the Hydroshocks?
They generally do not, unless they strike something very hard, such as a bone. But in most cases, when you see this particular bullet fired into living tissue, the bullet maintains its shape and creates a very small permanent cavity.
So the Hydroshocks would be more effective in killing something than let's say, the bullets you just showed to the jury in 26B?
From the standpoint of creating a larger permanent cavity or a larger wound, yes.
Now, did you make a ballistics comparison between the 5 bullets, the 4 that were removed from the scene, the 1 removed from the coquina's head, to the gun that you have in front of you?
Yes, I did.
How is it that you make a ballistics comparison in those situations?
It's by examination of the bullets themselves under a device called a comparison microscope. The concept, very simply, is that each firearm is manufactured by tools. And as tools make tools, they leave striations or scratches or manufacturing marks in the barrel on the outside of the gun. But in this case, we are concerned on the inside of the barrel. The barrel itself because of the way it's manufactured, will have certain markings that are class characteristic. That is, they can be found at any kind of, in this case, we'll use Smith & Wesson, any kind of Smith & Wesson. And specifically in this case, the class characteristics are the size of the rifling, the twist of the rifling, the number of lands and grooves in the rifling. But beyond that, we find that.
Mr. Wolber, I don't mean to, I'm interested in this, but I'm just, maybe we should cut to the chase, so to
Yeah.
speak, in this. And
Beyond that, we look at the individual stria. Those are put on each bullet, and each bullet then becomes individualized to the firearm that fired it. Very quickly, to make that identification, one merely fires the similar type of ammunition through the gun. I examine it microscopically to ensure that the individual characteristics are reproducible and are individual, and then compare it to the evidence bullet.
And I assume you did that comparison in this case.
Yes, I did.
And based on your comparisons, do you have were you able to determine that all 5 of the bullets, the 4 from the Seine and the 1 from Nicole Keener's head, came out of the gun in front of you?
Yes, I was able to determine that.
Okay. Now, did you then later make some efforts to go to the scene, look at the relevant evidence, and perform an analysis of where the defendant was most likely standing when she shot Dan and Linda Broderick and where they were lying?
Yes.
As a preliminary to making this determination, what sort of things did you do?
I took into consideration, the size of the room, the amount of free space that the defendant may have had to move around in the room, the autopsy findings determining the location of the entry and exit wounds on both Dan and Linda Broderick, the determination of the paths of the bullets through the bodies, and also looking at the scene from the standpoint of examining the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos to determine the positions of the bodies as they were found.
Did you also look at physical evidence collected from the scene?
Yes.
I'd like to have you come down for a second, please. And we're going to put before the jury a photo board that has 5 photographs in it. Turner, do you mind if I join the audience?
No, that's fine. And that's pre-marked People's,
People 61.
all right, People 61, 5 photo board, all right.
Mr. Wolber, before we,
Please, sorry. Make sure everybody can see.
yeah, no, I mean, before we start, why don't you grab that pointer over there, just for me to, some
Anybody
point.
can see?
Generally, what does People's Exhibit 61 show, Mr. Wolber?
The exhibit shows a sequence of photographs A through E showing relative positions of Dan and Linda Broderick to the defendant. What you also see is a series of reddish lines or red lines. This is again a laser which is used to show the paths of movements.
So if we go down the line here, photograph A would show the shot into Linda's chest, is that correct?
That's correct.
And photograph B would show the shot into Daniel's back.
Yes.
Photograph C would show the shot into the wall.
Yes.
Photograph D would show the shot into the nightstand.
Yes.
I'm sorry, photograph D.
Would show the shot into the nightstand. Okay, so now. And photograph E would show, is that correct?
Yes.
And photograph E would show the shot into the back of Linda's head.
Yes.
Let's start with photograph A, please. Can you tell us how you determined the position of Linda when she was shot in the chest?
There were 3 things I used in photograph A. One is the entry point of the shot into Linda's chest. This entry hole is angled, shows that the bullet struck from the right side of Linda. It passed in a relatively straight line through the body, and then there's an exit hole in Linda's back. Projecting from that, there's also a mark on the mattress cover that showed where the bullet struck after it exited Linda. This particular bullet went through the body. The mark in the mattress cover does have directionality. In fact, it shows a sideways glance, again, coming from the direction of the right side of the bed.
Let's stop for just 1 second here, because I think we're talking about 2 things. You're saying that there was a mark on the mattress pad, is that correct? And below the mattress itself, as you examined it, also bore a mark.
There's a mark there also.
Okay, please continue.
Understand the fact that the bullet entered in the chest, traveled in a relatively straight line through the body, exited in the back, and knowing where that bullet struck in the mattress pad, by inserting a dowel through the path of the bullet and having the exit point of that dowel resting on the mark in the mattress pad, one then could look and draw a straight line using as an anchor point the mark in the mattress pad and the mattress back through Linda and out. You can see in the photograph there's a kind of a wooden dowel right in this location right in front of Linda here, which I used then to align my laser, which again is only used as a piece of electronic string, something that we could photograph and something that could again show the path of the bullet. The next step, of course, is now to place the shooter on that path, on that bullet path. Again, understanding they can be anywhere on that path. Over in this case, based upon the room that we have in the room, notice distance between the mattress and the wall, the shooter is restricted in a very narrow area in which they can discharge the firearm. And also taking a quote average position, that is the gun held in front. I would place the shooter on the right side of the bed.
Now, when you say right side, you're saying as you look towards the headboard?
Yes.
And when you talk about the dowel that's in the model in the photograph A, have you had a chance to look at one of the models here that has a similar dowel placed through it, specifically the darker hued mannequin there with the dowel through its chest?
Yes, I have.
And is the angle to that substantially similar to what you determined when you did this scene analysis as shown in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Now, you're telling us the bullets essentially travel in straight lines?
Yes, unless they're deflected by some object. In this case, based on the autopsy findings, the bullet was in a relatively straight path through the body.
Now, looking at where you are standing in people's, or in the photograph A, is that approximately where the defendant must have been standing when she shot Linda in the chest?
Approximately, yes.
Is it possible she could have been a little farther back from that?
No, I believe I was pretty much against the wall, very close to the fireplace mantle. Might have been a little closer. Again, it depends. This is, again, an approximate position. There is room to bend slightly, but that would be approximate where the defendant would have been standing.
In terms of the red line, would the barrel have had been in line on that same red line as what you have in photograph A?
Yes.
And how tall are you, sir?
I'm 5'9" and my shoe is 5'10".
Now, assuming that the defendant was 5'10" and might have been a little bit higher if she was wearing some sort of heels, would that make any big difference between where you would be standing in this photograph and where the defendant would actually have been standing when she shot Linda in the chest?
A certain amount of variance that I put into this, no.
And how far across is the bedroom from wall to wall?
I believe it's about 15 feet.
Now let's look on the photograph D as in dog, the photograph that shows the shot. Strike that photograph C. The photograph shows that the shot into the wall. And if you could make sure that you're not, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Tell us how it was that you determined the defendant's position when she shot into the wall.
In this case, the bullet struck the wall. It passed through the wall, leaving an entrance on the bedroom side of the wall and an exit on the hallway side of the wall. And more than that, it continued on and struck the base of the rail banister in the hallway, leaving me 3 points in which I could literally connect.
So, I'm sorry, let me show you one other picture I'm talking about that. Here we have a 11 by 14 single photograph on it. Little people's not snorting.
62 somewhere.
Thank you. Mr. Wolber, I'll hand you this additional photograph, people 62. Is that a picture of the laser beam as it continues through the hole in the wall and then basically hits the banister outside in the hallway? Is that Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That's a very accurate representation of how you set the laser when you made these photographs?
Yes. Again,
Now
this,
continue on with how this shows us the trajectory of the bullet that you shot.
again, the trajectory or the bullet path, again, is anchored by the entry hole, the exit hole, and then the strike on the banister. And it was quite simple to line this up. There was no deviation in path. It was a straight line shot. And again, one laser on the strike mark and the banister. It was then brought back through the hole, entry and exit holes in the wall, and went up in a straight line. And then was photographed as that.
Now, where you're standing in photograph C, is that where the defendant would have had to stand to shoot that particular bullet?
Yes.
And why is that, sir?
Again, there is no other reasonable explanation where they could have been in this particular shot. The shot is very clearly defined in terms of its bullet path. So the only reasonable location would be exactly where I'm standing, where the defendant would have been standing.
Why don't you go to the easel there in back of you and turn around? Well, I guess I have that mark. Here I have I don't know, maybe a 4 by 5 foot schematic drawing of Broderick master bedroom. May that be labeled people's next in order?
63.
No, okay. All right, pass that over to you. Why don't you put that up in Mary? Now, does People 62 show in very accurate proportions the dimensions of the Broderick master bedroom at Cypress Street, including the furniture and doors and windows as they existed on the date of the homicide?
Yes.
And can you take a red marker and mark an X where the defendant would have been standing when she shot into the wall, as shown on People's Exhibit 59 and photograph C? So that means People 60.
It's actually 61, Mr. Burkhoff.
You're right.
Thank you.
Okay, why don't you come up with the photographs again, please? Now let's turn our attention now to photograph D. What does that particular photograph show?
D shows a possible trajectory path or bullet path of the bullet that struck the end table on the left side of the bed.
And how was it that you figured the bullet path is shown by the red laser in People Exhibit D?
By examining the entrance hole into the end table, it was quite shallow and did not show very good directionality, but it was sufficient to show that it only could have come from the right side of the room.
Let's move on to to photograph B on the photo board. What does that show?
B is one of the possibilities of the position of Daniel Broderick when he was shot.
Now, you have a model on the bed with a doll, is that correct, in photograph B?
Yes.
And how is it that you place the model in that position with the dowel in that particular position?
Again, looking at the entrance and exit wounds into Daniel Broderick, again, shows a straight line path through the body. In this particular case, there was no anchor point. The bullet either just exited and was trapped later on, or it was trapped in between the blankets and Daniel, or was just hung up in the wound margins and fell out. I just don't know which. But looking at the bullet path and looking at the entrance point and the exit point, one can then figure out the trajectory of the bullet path through the body by then positioning the body in various positions to see where the path would have gone to. And I must explain, if you roll the body this way, you can see that the path will roll up. Looking at those possibilities, you can exclude a large number of positions in which Daniel could not have been. But this is one of the likely positions that Daniel could have been in, again, based on the path through the body, knowing the position of the shooter in A, C, and D. Again, the conclusion was that this is a reasonable likely position that Daniel could have been in.
Are you saying that for photographs A, C, and E, the defendant had to be on the right-hand side of the bed as you look upon the headboard?
Yes.
And how would that determine in your mind that it was more likely the defendant was also on that same side of the bed when she shot Daniel in the back?
Again, considering the sequence of shots, they were in fairly close spaced sequence. There was, and because of that spacing or that fairly rapid fire, the defendant would have to have, if it was in any other position, he would have had to have moved around a bit to get to other positions to shoot, which was a change of sequence. There should have been a significant break between shots.
Now since the bullet did go through Daniel in the photograph B, does it in any way line up pathwise with either the bullet into the nightstand or the bullet that went through the wall?
Its trajectory is reasonably consistent with the trajectory in photograph C.
And not the nightstand or the bullet in the wall, would that be fair to say?
That's correct. Well, it's not consistent with the one on the nightstand.
Okay.
It's reasonably consistent with the one on the wall.
So the one in the wall was fairly close to Daniel's body. When the bullet went into the wall, if Daniel had been on the bed, it would have been very close to his body, so you're saying. Now let's look at photograph E here. What does that show?
E shows again, another possible position. Again, this one's, one must understand this position is the position that Linda was found in and does not necessarily mean this is the position that was shot in, but it's relatively close to it. Again, the same information is utilized, the entry hole into the back of Linda's head, and then the termination of the path through the brain into where it struck the top of the skull. The dowel was placed accordingly to look at that possible trajectory.
And you're talking about the dowel that's actually in the photograph there?
Yes.
And once you position the dowel, then you literally just line the laser up with it and trace backwards?
Yes.
To where the defendant might have been?
Yes.
And your position in photograph is that where you believe it's most likely the defendant would have been when she shot Linda in the back of the head?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Again, considering the shot that was taken, in this particular case, Linda may have been slightly up higher toward the pillow. Again, considering the type of wound this is, which is a separation of the spinal cord, Linda would not have moved very far from the position in which she was shot at. This is a reasonable positioning of the body. Actually, it may have been slightly higher. But again, considering the type of wound, Linda would not have moved very far from the time she was shot. So again, we're looking at that, looking at the timing sequence. The defendant really would have to be again in a position.
I'm sorry, I didn't, the defendant didn't really?
No, would have to have been on the right side of the bed.
Can all the jurors see here? Now, as to the other two dowels we haven't talked about yet on the models back here, did you have the opportunity to look at the second bullet path in the Linda's head as shown in the dark model? It's over by the cork board there.
Yes.
And compare it with your particular placement of the dowel in people's photograph or photography.
Yes.
And as is the thing, placed in the same position and angle.
Yes.
And the same for the light colored model there showing Daniel's back wound. Is that the same as the dowel that was placed in the photograph B on the photograph board in terms of angle and position?
Yes.
Now, were you able to come up with some sort of possible sequence in terms of what shot was first, what shot was second, what shot was third, all the way to the fifth shot?
Yes and no. I cannot tell you shots 1 through 5. There's really no way of doing that. We do know a couple of things. One is that the shot into Linda into Linda's chest was taken before the shot into Linda's back, into the back of Linda's head. This shot victim A occurred before E. Shot A may possibly represent the first shot taken. And again, this is just based on several things: the sequence of the shooting, the possible explanation of why shots B and C or C exists as it does.
Well, let's stop for a second. When the first shot rang out, would that have caused any change in position, you believe, based on your expertise in shootings?
I would object as a complete conclusion.
No, sustain.
Why is it that you think that the first shot most likely went into Linda's chest?
Again, it's an assumption that it's based on the fact that when I look at shot C, and then the likelihood of shot B being where Dan is, my opinion is that is consistent with Dan rolling over and heading for the floor. If in fact he's doing that, and he is in fact moving, he's doing it in reaction to a shot, which leads me into the conclusion that the shot that he's reacting to is shot A.
In terms of what happened first, shot A or shot E, do you have any opinion about that?
Yes, A occurred before E.
Why would that be?
Again, considering the type of wound that E represents, a severance of the spinal cord, Linda would not have been able to roll back over into position A.
And would any of these shots been impossible to execute before one actually entered the back doorway to the bedroom as shown just right around where your head is on photograph E here?
Door here.
Yes.
You'd have to be within the room. The problem with all these bullet pads is if you stand in the doorway, the lamp right here at the doorway is in the way. You have to get past the lamp.
In terms of the angle would be wrong as well?
Yes.
Now, the shot into the nightstand, how close to assuming Linda's head was on the pillow as it is in photograph E, the shot into the nightstand in D, how close was that to Linda's head approximately?
I didn't measure it. It's within inches.
Why don't you resume with seat, no one stand, please. Now, some days after the shootings, did you go back to the Broderick master bedroom at Cypress Street to determine what light would have been available at the time the defendant shot Dan and Linda?
Yes.
When did you go back?
I believe we went back on November 15th.
And because you were going back 10 days later, did you have to make some sort of correction for the time of day and when the sun would rise and set, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What did you do?
I contacted Lindbergh Field, weather station there, and asked for a chart of the sunsets and sunrises for San Diego for 1989.
Did you get some information about what sort of corrections you had to make?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of correction did you have to make?
The difference between sunrise on November 5th and sunrise on November 15th is 9 minutes.
And did you have a certain time in the bedroom that you wanted to bracket? In other words, be there a little bit before and a little bit after?
Yes.
What time was it?
5:30.
So how was it that you 10 days after that managed to be in the bedroom at the time that would have coincided with a little bit before and a little bit after 5:30 on November 5th, 1989, the day of the homicides?
We adjusted our time by 9 minutes.
What on November 15th, what time periods were you actually in the bedroom?
In the bedroom, we began our observations in the bedroom, again, looking at corrected time, approximately 5:20, 5:21.
So that would have been equivalent to 5:21 on the date of the killings?
Yes.
And how long did you stay in the bedroom?
Till 5:46.
And that would have been 5:46 as of the day of the killings?
Yes.
Where did you stand or sit when you were in the bedroom during that time span?
I stood to the right side of the bed, in front of the fireplace.
I don't know if you said AM or PM, but I assume you were talking about AM.
AM, yes,
And that's approximately the position that you're in these photographs that you've identified for the jury?
yes.
What were the lighting conditions during that period of time?
The lighting conditions were sufficient that not only could I see detail, the positions of all the furniture in the room, the positions of the bloodstains on the mattress. I could see color, the color of the mattress also. The lighting was sufficient, in my opinion, that you could see anything you needed to see in the room.
Now, did you note the condition of the shades and windows when you made this observation on the 15th?
Yes.
And I have an 8x10 little photograph mounted on a board like that label keeps us in order.
64.
Now, handing you people 64, is that a fair and accurate representation of the condition and the position of the shades and curtains of the Broderick master bedroom when you made your determination of available light on November 15th?
Yes.
And showing you what has already been labeled People's Exhibit 5 and directing your attention to photograph C on that particular exhibit. Is that the condition of the third window that is not available in the photograph you just identified for the jury?
Yes, it is.
And does that photograph show the position of the curtains and shades when you made your observations for available light on the 15th of November?
That's correct.
Now, before you actually set up your shop here in the bedroom to set the available light, I take it you were in the house for some period of time before that?
We entered the house, again, corrected time, at about 6 minutes after 5.
That would have been equivalent to 5:06 a.m. on the date of the killings?
Yes,
And you were downstairs at that time, I assume?
yes.
Had to go upstairs to go into the bedroom?
We entered through the kitchen door and passed through the kitchen into the hallway, up the stairs, along the bedroom side balcony, and then through the den.
During this period of time when you did those things, what was the quality of the light that was available to you?
And depending on the part of the house you're in, it was a little darker and lighter. However, it was light enough that we had no trouble navigating, didn't bump into anything.
You could see things like wastebaskets and chairs and tables, that sort of
The
thing?
furniture in this.
I guess we have to take off the trigger. All right. Trying to make the bailiff remove the trigger guard one more time.
Certainly.
Now, showing you again the gun People's Exhibit 24. Did you test the trigger pull on that particular gun?
Yes, I did.
And what is the trigger pull?
Defined or
Well,
numbers?
let's talk about what amount of force is necessary to fire that gun when you just pull the trigger in the double action mode. In other words, where you squeeze, and that's all you do is squeeze to shoot the gun.
In the firearm, there again, there are two ways of firing this. In the single action mode, measured weight, it takes approximately 3.5 to 4 pounds to pull this trigger, of pressure on the trigger. 3.5 to 4 pounds of pressure on the trigger will fire. The normal range one would expect is somewhere between 3.5 to 5 pounds, maybe 4 to 6, depending on the era the gun was made, and some other model variances. In double action, again, that is the amount of pressure needed to pull the trigger all the way through its cycle and fire it. In this particular fire, required somewhere between 11.5 and 12 pounds. And the normal range one finds is somewhere between 8 and 12 pounds.
Are these trigger pulls normal for a revolver of this type?
Yes.
And you saw nothing in terms of the smoothness or whatever about the trigger pull? There's nothing unusual about this trigger pull?
It's a very smooth pull. The double action pull is a little heavier than normal, but it's still within what I would consider normal range.
Why is it that the double action pull is so heavy in a revolver like this?
It's working against a completely different set of springs that the single action pull is working against. Again, in single action, the sear, or what you could kind of envision as a doorstop holding a door open, one only has to overcome a small spring that's right behind the trigger itself. And it only requires, again, a very light pull to do that. In double action, you have to, again, not only rotate the cylinder by utilizing the trigger, but you have to cock the hammer against a very powerful spring here in the grip. And so it requires far more pressure and far more pressure to do that, which requires a much heavier pull.
I guess my question is, though, in the double action mode, why do they make it necessary to put 12 pounds of force on that trigger before the item will fire?
Again, this gets into training aspects of firearms. There are two ways to fire this again. The single action is primarily intended for very serious and very fine target type firing, to disturb the firearm as little as possible. And you can see how that occurs. When you fire single action, you can take very careful aim, light, pull the trigger, very little movement of the gun. You get the most accurate fire from the firearm, although this is not really intended as a target firearm. In double action, however, which most revolvers from the self-defense or defensive point of view are used, especially small frame revolvers like this, the trigger pull, the gun is normally utilized with a double action trigger pull. The trigger pull is set usually no less than 8 pounds and generally up around 10. And it's done for a reason. And the reason is primarily to prevent an accidental discharge of the firearm.
Based on your experience as a firearms instructor and everything else in your resume that you've given us, can you give us your opinion about the defendant's shooting in this particular circumstance as shown in the photographs A through E and all the other circumstances you know about this case?
Your Honor, objection calls for collusion and speculation.
I was an expert.
Well, sustained, you've got to rephrase it if you want to give an expert opinion, not just things like everything else you know about this case.
Okay. Based on the gun that was used, the ammo that was employed, the environment in the room, in other words, where the victims were lying on the bed, the lighting conditions, the distance the defendant was from the victims, the movement of the victims. Do you have an opinion regarding what was the quality of the defendant's shooting in this case?
Your Honor, I have an objection that calls for conclusion.
And he's an expert opinion?
Speculation.
Well, that's overruled. You can give that opinion. Do you have an opinion, first of all?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Again, based on all the shootings I've investigated, which again is in excess of some 500, based on training that I give, observing, in my case, police officers and deputies being involved in their shootings that I have to investigate also. My opinion is based on everything I see in this. This is very well-directed, well-placed, accurate shooting.
What about the fact that the defendant missed 2 times when she was shooting at these people?
Not unreasonable in these circumstances.
Can you give us your estimation of these misses? How do they figure into this whole thing?
If they
Objection. This is total speculation.
That's sustained.
But why does the fact that the defendant missed twice, that doesn't alter your particular opinion?
All right. I still object to speculation.
Not speculation.
It's overruled. You can answer that.
If one looks into the analysis of shootings, and again, my experience really is related more into police officer involved shootings, it's not uncommon in a stressful situation. And again, I look at this from the viewpoint of knowing what the individual shooting scores are in their qualification runs versus what they did in the actual shooting. And comparing the two, you find that it's not uncommon that even the best shot in the world will miss in a stress situation. So my response is that it's not surprising. It comes from that viewpoint. It's not unexpected.
Have you had experience during your professional career with panic shootings?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion whether or not these 5 shots were a result of a panic shooting?
Does not appear to be.
Why is that?
The shots are just too well placed.
And can you tell us what the likelihood is that the defendant shooting these 5 shots were all the result of accidental discharges?
What?
Let me rephrase it. You have an opinion regarding whether there is a likelihood, what is the likelihood that all 5 of these shots were the result of accidental discharges of this particular firearm?
In this firearm?
Yes.
Bordering on impossible.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, we would like to have the jury pull the trigger if the court wants to do it now or after cross-examination.
Well, I think that's something they could do in the jury room if they desire to do it.
Well, we think it would be the same as looking at a photograph. We think that there's been a lot of testimony now on trigger pull and other expert opinion regarding the accuracy of the shots and not no accidental discharge. I think it would be very germane at this point that the jury please feel the trigger pull.
Your Honor, and I think it would be inappropriate if the jury hears all the evidence to start doing their own experiments.
Let's wait till the end of cross-examination. And
Your Honor, I think it would be inappropriate until
Your Honor, excuse me, there should not be speaking objections.
they're not going to pull it this time, Mr. Early, cross-examine.
Mr. Wolber, you indicated, you testified last time, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And last time you testified, you didn't testify about probable sequence of shots, did you?
I did it in limited. If I remember correctly, I did it in limited, as I did here. I don't know the entire sequence.
Do you remember, have you reviewed your trial transcript?
Yes, I believe I talked about certain shots occurring before others, but that was the extent of it.
Can you show me where that was in your trial transcript?
I think he has to show the trial transcript first, Your Honor.
That's true.
I believe it was a sequence where we're discussing the shots themselves.
But
it was in the area where we're discussing the shots themselves.
And where you put a sequence of one shot before the other?
No, again, we didn't really talk about lining up all 5 shots. We didn't talk about that.
The only one that you talked about was the one to Linda on the chest
versus the one
that appeared to be first. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, your area of expertise is ballistics. Is that correct?
Well,
or firearms.
Firearms, in a generic sense, yes.
Okay, and that's what you're head of the firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's other fields of expertise in crime scene reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, that can be.
Okay. And did you have people from those fields out helping with crime scene reconstruction?
In this case, what we were doing was looking at the bullet path or trajectory reconstruction. We're not there to try to reconstruct the entire crime scene itself.
Okay.
From the standpoint of who was where, who was moving and all that kind of stuff. That wasn't the primary reason for this.
Well, when you were looking at the bullets, where the bodies were located at the time they were shot, did you have anyone else helping you with any other related fields to make that determination?
No.
Okay. So, for instance, you did not do anything with gunshot residue, did you?
No, did not run any specific gunshot residue tests. In terms of chemical tests?
Yes. No. When you fire a gun, you can get residue that comes out of the barrel, can you not?
Yes.
And that gunshot residue can be up from close to the gun up to 2 or 3 feet sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. So when a sheet is on a bed, and depending on how close someone is to the bed, you may find gunshot residue that goes onto the sheet. Isn't that correct?
Yes, if it's close enough.
Okay, and can be up to 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you are obviously closer than 3 feet to the bed through your crime scene reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, but not 3 feet from the covers of the mattress. The gun was generally always higher than that.
Okay, well, it was higher, but right below the gun was the mattress, right?
If any of the gunshot residue would have got there, it would have fallen on it. The trouble is when everything was moved, it's not adhering to the, when I think of gunshot residue, I'm thinking really of firing into something. A residue pattern is laid down, and it's quite visible. You really can't miss that.
No, and I understand that. In other words, when the bullet goes through something and there's some residue left, you can use that to determine maybe how far the gun was away from where the bullet struck.
If the object you're shooting at is in line with the shot, yes.
Yes. And however, though, you can, for instance, if someone was shooting over the bed, you may find some powder, you may find some residue that filters down onto the bed from the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, except we talked about a distance. You can actually throw gunshot distance out a distance well beyond 3 feet, well beyond 5 feet. Again, it's not unreasonable in this particular shooting scene that you might find 1 or 2 flakes of gunpowder on the bed clothing itself. However, it doesn't mean that much from the standpoint of trying to come up with a distance. The distance really, again, is set up that you look at an object that was perpendicular or reasonably perpendicular to the axis of the line of shot and then measure that distance, and that wasn't the case here.
Well, if you can take a gun and if you shoot it over a piece of white paper and you shoot it at an object, around the white paper, you're likely to be able to find some gunshot residue. Is that correct?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes, and the farther you get away, the less residue there's going to be.
Yes.
And if you take the same kind of bullets, a lot of times you can find that ammunition with that gun will give you a certain pattern on a white piece of paper that's laying underground.
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody takes the cover, now in this case, by the time you got to the case, the sheet had been removed.
All been removed.
Okay, so you would expect that powder is no longer going to be there because of the handling of the sheet.
That's correct.
Okay, but if the sheet was there on the bed at the time, there are tests you can do to see if the gun was maybe close enough to the bed or over the bed to make a determination of where the person was standing at the time they fired the shots, or at least one shot.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But by removing the sheets, that was something you didn't do because that test was removed from your ability to perform it. Isn't that correct?
The disturbance of the sheets would have, in my opinion, would have invalidated the test. I don't know where the residue would have come from. It had been transferred while the sheets are being bagged or what. There's really no way of knowing.
Okay. There's also, obviously, when you're looking at a scene to make a determination as to where somebody might have been standing, there is blood transfers that you may look for. So, for instance, bloody shoe prints.
Yes.
Okay. In this case, obviously, did you look for bloody shoe prints?
I don't believe specifically I did, no.
Okay. Obviously, you can look for ricochets or something that's important, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously, in this case, you look for ricochets?
Yes, again, in this thing, I was interested only particularly in the entry, exit holes, bullet impact marks, strike marks, those type of things.
Were you at the scene the day of the homicide?
No, I was not.
Okay, so by the time you got there, some of the furniture had already been removed? Or had not?
I believe we had to bring back the end table. Again, when I first arrived at the scene was on the 15th, which is 10 days after the shooting, and that was only to look at lighting conditions. We really did not get back to the scene to start looking at the bullet pads until November 20th.
Okay. So when you've taken these pictures with the laser and you have the mattress and the pillows, that's you putting those in those positions based on photographs you saw, is that correct? And again, putting the mannequins was based on photographs that you saw, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I take it that when you make your reconstruction of the scene, you're considering, your main focus is considering the ballistics and the firearms part of this reconstruction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any point in time, I take it you also look for shell casings?
Well,
I mean, it can, at a scene, shell casings can tell you something.
Normally you would, yes.
Okay.
Not at this scene, but.
Okay. And obviously, bullet holes can tell you something about a crime scene, can they not?
Yes.
And in fact, you used a bullet hole that was in the wall.
Yes.
You used a bullet hole that was in a table.
Yes.
Now, the table gives you some difficulty because you don't know where the table, how it exactly was positioned before it was moved. Isn't that right?
We were reasonably accurate at replacing the table based on photographs
Okay.
taken on the day of the shooting.
But again, you're going on photographs, whether you're off by 4 or 5 degrees or half an inch, you don't know, but you get as close as you can.
That's correct.
And I take it that at the time that, was there any reason that you know that items of evidence had to be moved before you were brought in to see it?
I'm not sure I followed the question.
Was there any order that you knew that items of evidence were to be removed from the scene for some reason before you had a chance to investigate?
Objection unless he knows personal.
That's what I'm asking you, whether he has any personal knowledge.
I just don't know.
Okay. Now you've made one of the things that you said when you try to when you do some things on the crime scene and try to determine shots or even orders of shots, you do certain assumptions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the assumptions that you brought out was the fact that Dan was rolling into a position because of the shot to Linda, is that correct?
That's an assumption, again, based on the fact that it's a reasonable likelihood that, in fact, that he may have in fact done that. That could help explain the position of Dan in that particular photograph.
Okay.
But it's not the only way it could have occurred.
Okay. And there's other things. For instance, where you have let me see where you have in photograph here, in photograph A, here, you have a position of what you have of Linda at the time of the shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now the position that you have Linda at the time of the shot, obviously the way you put the feet was just the way the mannequin goes, is that correct?
Yes, the feet are not, there's no expectation that's where the feet were.
And no expectation that's where the head is?
The head, I have no idea where the head was looking or laying. That's the position of the torso, of the path through the body.
Okay, so, and when you say torso, you're talking about the area that would be where the bullet goes into the front and out the back?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you take measurements of where the strike was on a mattress?
I believe they were pointed out to me where the mattress, it was located for me by Detective Gilder and the evidence tech who handled the crime scene, Michael Grablin.
Yeah.
Michael Grablin.
Have you seen any measurements on where the strike mark on the mattress was?
I really don't remember. There may have been. Again, I used the actual mark that was on the mattress.
Okay. Did you use the sheet on the mattress?
No, the mark was quite clear on the mattress.
Well, there's a hole in the sheet, isn't that right?
There's a hole in the sheet. There's a hole in the mattress cover.
Okay. Well, in the mattress cover, is there a hole or there's a skid mark in the mattress cover?
There's a skid mark there, but it corresponds to the skid mark in the mattress. There's also one on the mattress.
Okay, and you would expect then that the hole in the sheet and where the hole is on the mattress cover is pretty much where the bullet first hit the mattress, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when the position that you have, Linda here in position A, this just shows a position at a point in time, is that correct?
That's correct.
So in other words, Linda could be laying on her side on this side of the bed and start rolling away from here, from that position, and then that's where she shot, isn't that correct?
That's possible, yes.
And you would have no way of knowing whether that's true or not.
That's correct.
Okay. You can't make the assumption that this is where she went to sleep that night, she never moved.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That again is a moment in time.
Okay, and you haven't made any assumptions that necessarily that someone who was woken up from a shot would do any particular thing, do you? In other words,
100% of the time?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so sometimes people might grab the wound, sometimes they might sit up, sometimes they might roll, sometimes they might do anything.
I could do any number of things. But again, going back to police officers involved in shootings, they generally move away from the sound of gunfire.
Well, are you telling me that you've done police-controlled shootings where people have been asleep that have been shot?
Oh, no, no.
Okay, so I take it you have absolutely no, hopefully with police officers, you don't have any police officer training.
Objection to senatorial ways.
Just shot somebody sleeping?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so that's something that you have, that's not within your experience, at least in the shootings that you've done with police officers.
From the standpoint of somebody actually sleeping, I don't know anybody sleeping here, just.
Okay, so the fact is that this is a position that someone who could be on their side and be woken up, start to roll, this would tell you where they were when they were shot at some time in the roll.
It only tells me where they were shot. They may have been rolling, they may have been laying there, I just don't know. But what I do know is that that's where, when a bullet passed through Linda, that's a proximate position to shoot.
Okay, and the same thing with Mr. Broderick over here. In other words, if they were both, if she was on this side of the bed, he was in the middle, and they both started rolling at the same time, then they both could end up in, from this side of the bed to that side of the bed when they're shot, is that correct?
I follow the question. You're talking about both of them being laying towards the right and then start rolling.
Yeah, start moving
One's
the other
caught
way.
first, one's caught later. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and that's obviously just as possible as anything else because you're not there to know which one.
That's correct.
Okay, and at the time that at the time of the, have you ever looked at the top blanket, the blanket that would be, the sheet that would be over them in the blanket?
Only recently, I did not use it in the original bullet path or trajectory construction.
Okay, and in fact, you indicated at the last trial that the sheet and the blanket are basically useless. There's nothing they can really tell you, didn't you?
From the standpoint of what we're trying to show here, yes. Again, they were not in their positions when I saw them. They were in bags. Secondly, all this is really trying to show again is a path through the body, entrance, exit. The blanket, obviously, if it has a bullet hole in it, will be in the entry position. It's very difficult to relocate it other than just that way. And I'm not really sure what it means when you do it that way.
Well, that's not necessarily true, is it, that the sheets or blankets will be in and are you saying that the holes in the sheets and the blanket would be before the bullets entered the body?
Well, depends. Again, it depends on where they were found. If you have blood on the back sides of them, of course, they would be associated with an entry wound. If they don't, there may have been and may not have been. It's very difficult to tell. Again, the concern was looking at the paths through the body and the relationship to the shooter.
In other words, if someone is laying on a bed on top of the sheet and they get shot and the bullet goes through their body, the actual hole in the sheet could be caused after the bullet has gone through the body. Is that correct?
It might. Depends on the bullet.
Well, a bullet that goes through a body, for instance, the one that went through Linda and then went through a skid mark, if she happened to be laying on the top sheet, you would expect to be a hole in the top sheet also.
No, that's the point. Maybe yes, maybe no. It really depends. I've had experience with many bullets. I think in this case, it can be shown the bullets that exited the bodies had very little residual velocity. In one case, only just enough to skid and mark a sheet mattress cover and not even clearly penetrate into the mattress. It didn't even go that far. The one that exited Dan Broderick barely exited. So if the sheet was on the other side, again, it's difficult to tell where that mark came from.
So your feeling is that the one that went through Linda that put the skid mark in the mattress, if there had been one more sheet there, the top sheet, that would have stopped the bullet, wouldn't have been able to go through.
It might have. The bullet had very little residual velocity after it exited Linda.
Okay. And so the thickness of one extra sheet would have stopped it from going through any of it.
Well, I don't know. Might have. I just don't know. Not without sitting down and trying to test it.
You testified last time. Well, you testified this time that the wound to Mr. Broderick might have stopped at the time of, might not have gone all the way through the wound, is that correct?
It might have hung up on the wound or just barely exited and was just trapped in the blanket. The
Last time, didn't you testify that it could have been a through and through wound and traveled a few feet past past his body?
I think I said it was trapped in the blanket. Or it popped out of his body and he fell on it. Could have rolled over on it, I think is what it said.
Might this be a good place to take the recess, Mr. Hart?
Yeah, this is as good as everyone.
We'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess until 3:15. Matter of the people of the state of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is present. Mr. Wolber is back on the witness stand. May proceed, Mr. Early.
Mr. Wolber, when you went and did the lighting conditions, you, at the time that you did it, did you also look to see what the visibility was? In other words, did you check with Lindbergh Field to find out what the relevant visibility was between the 5th and when you went back?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the visibility was better on the day that you were there, at least according to Lindbergh.
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, when you went into the room to check the lighting conditions, I take it that you sat in the room and watched the lighting conditions from earlier than that time and sat there until sometime after 5:30.
That's correct.
Yeah. And did you go back another day? Or did you just do that one day?
Just that one day.
Okay. And I take it that while you were sitting there, obviously your eyes were somewhat adjusted to the room. You weren't turning lights on and off and doing other things, were you? Yeah. And I take it that you knew what you were looking for.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't have somebody go in and put different things in the room and have you walk in and then walk out and tell them what was in the room and where it was in the room.
That's correct. We did that.
So what you did is you sat there and you stared and to see what you could see so you could come back and tell us the best you could.
Yes.
Okay. Fairly, I take it at that time, relaxed conditions.
Yes.
Now, at the bullets that you have here, the hydroshock bullets, they didn't actually expand like they're supposed to, did they?
No, they did not.
Okay, and when a bullet goes through a arrow, the speed of the bullet causes the end to expand, isn't that correct? The length of the barrel can have something to do with whether these bullets expand or not.
I see. Yes, because the velocity changes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, actually, those bullets, that gun was not long enough for the bullets to expand, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you look at those two boxes of bullets that you have there, obviously one box is a more expensive brand of bullets.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, the hydroshocks are, when you go to buy bullets, those would be the more expensive kind of bullets you can buy in a store.
That's correct.
Okay, and the other ones would be the cheaper bullets.
That's correct.
Okay, so someone, if you were to go in and tell somebody that you want expensive bullets that were used to stop somebody or for self-defense, it would be the hydroshocks rather than the other ones.
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously, depending what the best bullets, I mean, you can't go into a store and say, give me your best bullet, and that means that bullet will be there for all purposes. Is there, in other words, bullets are more matched up with their purpose than maybe what's the most expensive or what's the best?
Bullets have designs that are optimized for certain goals, I guess is the best way of saying it. Yeah, depending on what you're going to use the bullet for will depend on what type of bullet you buy.
Okay. And these bullets, in actuality, did they expand at all? Was there even any partial expansion?
Not in the terms that I would call a plastic expansion, no. There is some deforming of the rim of the hollow point, but for all practical purposes, these did not expand.
Now, for your purposes, for coming here and testify, you indicated that you looked at the, you were familiar with the autopsy report? And the
I had used-
conclusions of the pathologist?
Yes.
Okay. And the pathologist, Mr. Sawwell, talked about a Mr. Doherty that he talked with us about. Did you see Mr. Doherty's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now you reviewed Mr. Doherty's report, didn't you?
Yes.
And he came to some conclusions about where the shots were fired from based on his looking at the wounds and where their position and whether the bullets went through and through, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that was somebody that was retained by the prosecution, Mr. Doherty.
Yes, that's true.
And his conclusions were all wrong, weren't they, based on in other words, he had conclusions that, based on the wounds as he saw them and reported to Mr. Sawwell, Mr. Broderick would have been shot, he thought, by the foot of the bed, isn't that correct?
I said, well, I wouldn't classify as wrong. He places more emphasis on a few things than I do, and comes to a different conclusion because of it. I don't disagree with him totally. That's one of the possibilities. My personal opinion is I can't come to that conclusion for one big reason, quite frankly.
And that's because of how fast the shots are.
No, it has to do with the short wound concept of the exit wound on Daniel Broderick.
Okay, so he made some conclusions that the wound was short, in other words, closed up, and that's where he made his, or at least was hit against something that made it so the bullet didn't come out.
Yes.
Okay, and that was something that you were not able to agree with.
My personal opinion, or my personal experience, it was such a close call as the type of wound was. My personal experience didn't allow me to come to a call. I therefore had to stay conclusive on it. So I just can't place as much emphasis on it as Mr. Doherty did.
Do you remember testifying previously that in fact you felt that the exit wound would be of relatively low velocity and would have not gone very far, traveled not much more than a few feet?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It barely came out of the body.
Well, it came out far enough to go maybe a few feet, is that correct?
It could have, yes.
And when we're talking about where you have Mr. Broderick's position, a few feet means that the bullet is off the bed, isn't that right?
Falls on the floor.
Okay. And well, you said a few feet, but probably not as far as the wall. Remember that?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think I ever said it hit the wall. It probably passed through him, again, based on looking at the exit velocities and the damage that was caused going through Linda. Again, looking at the way the bullet didn't expand, the thickness of Dan, it could have in fact exited Dan at a very low velocity, just fallen on the floor.
Okay. Now, you indicated that the sheets and the blankets really would give you no evidence. Is that correct? In fact, you didn't even look at them before you testified before.
Well, yes.
Okay, but now before this trial, you did look at them?
Just recently, yes.
And you're still of the opinion that they give you no information that can help you determine what happened in this case?
It wouldn't change anything on People 61. That's
okay. Did you do a microscopic examination of the bullets themselves?
Yes, when I examined them to compare to the gun, yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about bullets such as these, hollow points, when they pass through a material, if I may take one of the bullets out of (26A), as you told the jury, there's a hole in the front of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as they pass through material, they'll gather material in them. Isn't that correct?
They generally do, yes.
Okay. And in fact, some of the bullets in this case gathered material that was associated with the room. Isn't that correct?
I believe one of them did, yes.
Okay. And that was the wound that was in Daniel Broderick, was it not?
That's correct.
And that wound had material from the blanket and it appeared to be from the sheet. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it would appear, it would be a reasonable assumption that if the bullet in fact had material from the blanket and the sheet, that the bullet went through the blanket and the sheet either before or after it exited Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Now, was there any other disciplines or any other evidence that you looked at in this case to help you make a determination as far as where the bodies were, other than the ones that you have mentioned?
No.
Okay, so the holes in the sheet were not, did you actually look at the holes in the sheet and the blanket?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I take it that after you looked at them, they told you nothing, is that correct?
Well, they told me a bullet passed through it, but again, from the standpoint of trying to position a body in space with a path through it, the position of the blanket is unknown, other than the fact that it exists either in front or in the rear, but it doesn't help place the body. So I didn't use it.
It can possibly help you knowing where the sheets were at the time of the shot.
If I knew where they were, yeah. Or it might tell you where they were.
Okay, there's no way to tell that, where the sheets are, realistically?
In their actual positions at the time of the shot? No. I don't know how I place them.
And it appeared to be that there was 2 holes in the top sheet, is that right?
I believe that's true. Yes.
And those 2 holes appeared to be associated. In other words, that it appeared that there's a bullet passed through maybe a sheet that was folded
over. Yes.
Okay. Did you, was there blood typing done of various blood in the, on the bed?
Yes, I believe that Mr. McDonald typed a number of the stains.
Okay. Was that of any value, and did you look at that to see if that was any value in determining where people were?
Not at first. Again, when I looked at the stains, there were basically 2 types. There was a large amount of blood that flowed from Linda's head wound on the bed. It was fairly obvious where it came from. So typing it was, again, something I didn't consider that critical to do at that moment.
Was there any time in your conclusions where typing was something you considered or it became important as far as an opinion for you? At all? I'm not saying you did. The blood that you mentioned was in patterns. You indicated that there was some drops of blood, there was some pools of blood. Did that have any relevance to you or any importance to you at all in trying to make a determination as to where the people were on the bed or where they might have been on the bed?
No, because the blood comes from after they're shot. The shooting has already occurred. There are some splatters that could be consistent with blood being coughed up again, but that's after the shooting occurs. And one can look at both scenarios, Mr. Doherty's and mine. Mr. Doherty believes, again, that Daniel was shot on the floor on the side of the bed. And in fact, the blood splatters on the side of the bed could have come as a result of the shooting there. They also could have come from Daniel being shot on the bed, rolling off the bed, and then coughing up on the side of the bed blood again. Both will work. So it doesn't really help you decide which one is the better view or the better reconstruction.
So I take it that, what did you do with the sheets when you examined them? Did you just open them up and look at them?
Look at them. I was really looking for large gunshot residue type patterns indicating that the gun was very close to the sheet.
Okay, so that was your purpose of looking at the sheets, because the hole in the blood patterns weren't much. You were looking to see if there was any gunshot residue that might have been left.
I was wondering, my question at the time was, could the gun have been right down next to the sheet somewhere? The sheet showed no residue patterns like that.
And I take it that obviously one of the things that you have to take into consideration is any eyewitnesses or ear witnesses to the shooting itself.
Yes.
In other words, if you come up with a scenario that might take some time moving back and forth from different positions and the shooting took place very quickly, a bang, 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 that would have some effect on.
How I think it occurred?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, other words, and you knew what the shooting, at least you knew what was reported from a number of witnesses as to how fast the shooting was, and that
Yes.
fairly rapidly.
Yes.
And so it appeared to be that at least all coming from by the fireplaces you reported, that's consistent with that.
Yes.
Okay. And that's something that you consider?
Yes.
Obviously, the hard part about the end table here is the wood has a grain to it, so even though it enters, you don't know whether it changed directionality.
That's
once it
correct.
enters.
It could have traveled along the grain. All that end table shot can tell me is the relative direction, not the exact direction, but the relative direction. And all it tells me is that it did in fact was fired from the right side of the room.
Okay.
You can rule out the rest of it, but precisely where on the right side of the room, somewhere next to the bed.
Okay, so
That's what
these,
they say.
what we have as a red line here is again, is an approximation. It can be up 20 degrees, down some angles, over one side or the other.
I see what you're saying. There is room for tolerance in that one. Yes.
Okay. And I take it that you also said that while there's a problem with tolerance on that, the second shot to Linda, you indicated that one was also next in line of difficulty because she might have moved or slid down the pillow.
Yes. Again, what's shown there is not the position she was actually shot in. That is actually more representative of the position she's found in. However, again, based upon the type of wound, my opinion is it's not unreasonable that she was very close to that position, slightly higher and further closer to the headboard probably. And then she falls and slides down, which explains the way the hair is drugged and the smears, the blood smears as she drags down. So again, my feeling is that shot came from the right side of the room. And that's again, approximation of the location.
And when you have the dummies in these positions, obviously, we're not looking at exactitude here. Again, they could be some inches one way, some inches the other way.
That's correct.
Their body could be different. I mean, in other words,
there's a certain amount of tolerance that has to be built into the system. Yes.
Okay, and obviously because someone is shot through the back in this area, obviously if they can move their arm around, they could be up like this, and that might change
the rest of the body.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so this doesn't represent the position they're in. It only represents the position that you feel that where the wound is and the exit is.
In a precise manner, yes.
Okay, and I take it that when you're taking pictures, it's a little bit difficult using these mannequins to put them in a position such as human beings when they're moving and you have the ability to move one way or the other.
They're a bit more stiff than the average human being, yes.
Okay. And also, when you have that, obviously, it's for the purposes of taking a picture, it's difficult to put a mannequin halfway on the bed and halfway off. In other words, the person might have been shot coming off the bed. Is that correct?
They could have been. Again, the path is well defined, but yes, legs could have been partly off the bed. I just don't know. Again, when we're looking at the path through the body, that part doesn't change. But you can have that on a starting incident.
Was there any other wounds to Mr. Broderick that you were aware of that would have caused a lot of blood?
No.
Do you know whether the top bedspread or comforter, the most top, was that kept to your knowledge?
I don't believe it was. I don't recall it being kept. Again, I didn't collect the evidence. So my best recollection, I don't believe it was collected.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor? I believe I'm almost done.
Certainly.
And I take it when you placed Daniel Broderick in your photos, one of the things you took into consideration is the placement of Linda, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe we've already beat the subject to death, Mr. Wolber, but talking about the sheets, and we're talking about the sheets and the blankets on top of the victims here. Why is it that you're not particularly interested in looking at them more closely?
Again, they don't substantially change the paths through the bodies. The sheets don't deflect bullets, the blankets don't deflect bullets. And again, my interest was in looking at the paths through the bodies and the relationship to the shooter. There are certain cases, it's case dependent. I'm not saying you never use them, but in this particular case, I did not find them that helpful.
And when you were talking about residue with defense counsel, you were talking about the horizontal throw of residue, is that correct? Versus?
Yeah, I believe so. We're talking, I believe, if I remember correctly, residue is deposited by filtering down on the sheets from a gun being pointed and shot over the top of the bed.
So in other words, let's say I'm standing here and I'm shooting. For some distance, there's going to be residue deposited as that bullet comes out, and there's gases and uncombusted particles of,
Yes.
of powder and soot and that kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
And that will continue to drop behind the bullet. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And in this particular situation here, where you've got your back almost to the wall here, you're shooting, you're into Linda's chest, the defendant would have got. Is it accurate to say, I don't know if you can see where I'm shooting at.
Sure.
Is it accurate to say that there might have been residue deposited all the way to Linda possibly?
It's entirely possible. Again, I just want to make this just as clear as I can. When this gun fires, residue will go out along with the bullet because not all of it's burned. And some of it will be deposited. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it could be 5, 6, 7 feet and beyond. In one of the courses I failed to mention in my opening qualifications, I also attended the gunshot residue course, which the FBI puts on. And the FBI preaches up to 15 feet. I've never seen it that far, but that's what they say. My experience is it could be going out as far as 5, 6, 7 feet, somewhere in there. My expectation would be that at this distance represented today, you should get some gunshot residue on the sheet. It should be there, but not in a pattern. You'll find particles laying about. But in this room, you can't get far enough back not to put residue on the sheet.
So you can have a seat. So assuming you did find some gunshot residue on that top sheet of that blanket that was on top, would that have told you anything about how far the defendant was away?
Not in this case. It would not give you that kind of information. Not in precise feet. It would tell you that they are close enough to the bed to put residue on the bed. But then again, my opinion is in this room, it just isn't, you can't get far enough away from the bed on the right side not to contaminate the sheet.
Now, there was something you said about bloody footprints. Did you look at all the photographs of the scene, and were there any bloody footprints shown there?
I don't believe I remember any.
What about the fact that you didn't check for shell casings?
There's a revolver being used. There's shell casings are not ejected. Again, I didn't check specifically for shell casings. I guess I'm depending upon the evidence tech to do that when they were at the scene on the first day.
If, excuse me, a revolver is different than a semi-automatic pistol, which ejects a shell casing each time a shell is fired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Revolvers don't do that.
No, they do not.
You have to open up the revolver and manually eject all the casings. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
Now, when you went to the scene to take these photographs and make your analysis, was the mattress still on the bed at that point?
Yes, it was.
You didn't take it and put it back on, did you?
No, we did not.
You might have had to bring the nightstand back.
I have a distinct memory of bringing the nightstand back and struggling it up the stairs and putting it back in position.
Now, is there anything in what you testified to in terms of your opinion that would have been changed by, let's say, some of the distances off a couple inches or maybe off a few angles off a few degrees? Would that have mattered? And when you say that the visibility was better on November 15th and November 5th at Lindbergh Field, what kind of visibility are we talking about?
I believe we were talking about fog. If I remember correctly, the visibility limits on the 5th was approximately 6 miles, and on the 15th was 4 miles.
That's for aircraft, they could see 4 miles.
Yes. Well, I believe so. That's, again, I'm only getting that information from the weather report.
Now, did your eyes have to become adjusted to the light inside the house when you went there on the 15th to make the light determination that you talked about?
To a point, it was brighter outside, of course, than inside. Certain rooms were very dark. I distinctly remember the formal dining room, virtually pitch black. The shades are drawn. You can only navigate through that room by seeing the doorways and the light in those doorways. But yes, you do become dark adapted as you go in. You adjust to your eyes will adjust to the darkness. It takes a little bit of time, but.
Can you tell us whether or not your eyes were adjusted by virtue of going in the kitchen, walking around to the staircase, going up the stairs, and then finally entering into the master bedroom upstairs? Were your eyes adjusted by that point to the light inside the master bedroom?
Probably not, and I speak to that because one of my ancillary hobbies is I'm an amateur astronomer, and dark adaptation can take upwards of an hour to an hour and a half to get truly adapted. But that's in darkness, and this isn't. So it's very difficult to speak to that. I don't believe so.
Well, as you entered the master bedroom after making that trip, did you have any problems seeing things inside it?
No. Again, a lot of the impressions were formed as we entered the bedroom. And I had no trouble seeing anything. We had not been in the house more than 10 minutes.
Now, these particular bullets did not expand. These particular bullets did not expand, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that because of the lower muzzle loss in this particular revolver?
Yes.
And that has nothing to do with your findings here, does it?
No, it does not.
Now, defense counsel talked about you looking at Mr. Doherty's opinion and that he came to a slightly different conclusion than you did. Is that correct?
On two of the bullet pads, yes, he did.
Okay, just so we're clear, what are the two different? What's the first one?
The first one he disagrees with is the shot into Dan Broderick.
What about the other one?
And the other one was the second shot into Linda at the back of the head.
Mr. Doherty's of the opinion that it might have happened from a different position in the bedroom.
Yes.
And he's also of the opinion that Dan's shot in the back took place when the defendant was occupying a different position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why don't you go up to the schematic of the master bedroom and take the pointer and show where it is that Mr. Doherty believes the defendant was when she shot Daniel in the back.
I could only give you approximation, but reading his report and understanding what I read in the report. That Mr. Doherty feels that the defendant was standing somewhere at the foot of the bed or in the area between the entertainment center and the bed.
Why don't you make a green mark there? And that opinion would have required the defendant, after shooting on the right side of the bed, as you have indicated, to walk around the bed and then shoot Daniel Broderick as he was lying on the ground beside the bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Shoot him in the back in that location.
That's correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
Recross.
He actually indicated that it was his opinion that Mr. Broderick was shot while he was laying flat on his stomach with the sheet and the blanket over him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but well, you have to be because the bullet hole is through the sheet and blanket. Regardless of where Mr. Broderick was shot, the sheet and blanket are on him somewhere.
And obviously you looked at the pictures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the pictures do not have the sheets and blankets anywhere near Mr. Broderick's reversal, do they?
They do
On
not.
the floor.
Well, they do not. Not on the pictures, they do not.
And this was based on the shoring of the wound. Was his main conclusion.
That was the discussion that we had, yes.
Sir, did you happen to look at the blood stains that were on the sheet? On the bottom sheet?
Yes, there's two major stains, I believe.
Did all the blood stains, were any of them that you believe were there that weren't there at the time of the shooting? Or did they all appear to be, did the sheet appear to you to be fairly much like it was at the time of the shooting?
I'll object, I think it's vague and it's beyond the scope of crimes.
Overruled. Do you have an opinion on that?
I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand the question. I don't know. Are
The,
you talking about the blood laying at the same time or blood from another time frame?
well, did you obviously looked at the photographs, did you not?
Yes.
And then did you look at the sheets?
Yes.
Did it appear to be that there was, that the blood stains that you would see on the sheet were in the photograph, or did you see additional blood stains or less blood stains?
Your Honor, I would ask that, if we have photographs here, I would ask that counsel show the witness what photographs we're talking about.
If he says he needs them, I will.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not really following. I've got about two answers formally I could give you, but I'm not sure if they're.
Okay, let me try to make it a little simpler. There's blood stains on the sheets, is that correct?
Yes, there's a number of them.
There's photos of the blood stains on the sheets.
Yes.
Are there, when you look at the sheet, are the blood stains that you see on the sheet consistent with all the blood stains that you see on the photographs, or does it appear that some are missing or some are added?
Objection vague, we have to know which photographs counsel is talking about.
Sustained.
Well, are there photographs that don't show, the only photographs you've seen of the sheet are the photographs that were taken at the time of the homicide? You haven't seen photographs that were taken before the homicide, have you?
No.
Okay. Talking about those photographs, any of them that you've seen of the blood on the sheets, did you look at the photographs to see what kind of blood patterns there were on the sheets?
There's an extra set of stains if that's what you're talking about, but I think those are laid on the sheet when the body was moved and taken off the bed. There's an extra stain, but my understanding of that particular stain is when Linda was moved off the bed, that blood was transferred to the sheet. If that's what you're talking about, that's the only thing I can think of.
So it's your understanding that she was rolled over and there was stains that were transferred?
Yes.
And if you were to take that gun and fire it again over a whiteboard, for instance, the back of any of these boards.
Yes.
You were just to take and fire it over it, would you find a powder pattern on this?
You'd find some pattern. You would find powder particles decreasing in density as distance increases.
Okay, and you would expect with the same gun and the same bullets that you would have a similar pattern of density going to less density?
Yes.
So if you were to do something with the sheets and find a pattern that goes from dense to less dense, you may be able to determine something based on knowing what bullets were used and knowing what gun used.
If the sheets had been preserved in the original condition and not moved, yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burkholm?
Yes, Your Honor. So if the bodies, let's say, were moved, Would that have disturbed this powder residue council's talking about?
Possibly. My understanding is the sheets were not preserved in the original condition. And because of that, you get a problem of powder transfer, literally. These particular particles, even though they're thrown out, aren't blown into the sheet as they would be if you're shooting into the bed. So they can quite easily be dislodged.
Indeed, if the body had moved after it was shot, wouldn't that action itself have caused possibly dispersal of the residue?
Possibly. I don't know.
Now, when counsel said something about the back wound to Daniel Broderick, that none of the sheets or bedclothes were near that wound, did you have a response to that? You said they were or weren't, I don't know.
Well, they were not in the photographs at least. But then again, when I view the photographs, considering the wound through Daniel, there's everything that shows that he had moved.
And why would that be?
Again, the blood patterns on the side of the mattress, and it's entirely possible he would have moved. So that the bedding could have been dislodged from its original position.
And this would have been Daniel after he was shot in the back, did some moving around inside the bedclothes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Further, Mr. Early?
No.
Witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolber.
Thank you, Your Honor.